Good morning, Namaste, Pranam, Subhanallah, Shubhodaya, Shalom. Mukhaṁ karoti tat padma padukam vidhuram kala brahmakala pratakala sandhyakala arunakala bhavaye tat pranamami mukhaṁ karoti tat padma padukam. A day in India, whomever you meet, it all begin portraying to one lotus feet, touching one's feet, mukhaṁ karoti. Every day, every first glance, never bring you a status, never bring you a caste and creed, not to break the rich culture teaching of soul in soul, not in ego, in head, cause of suffering. Learn to respect, learn to teach everyone. You are a parent, you have a grandparent. Every day your children should see how you pay respects to the lotus feet of your parent, and your parents for their parent. Lotus feet are not just a guru, lotus feet are not just in the temple. Oh my dear, whichever the feet down to dirt, you see it is the only remind whether you are in soul or not, whether you ego in soul or head. What prevent not to fall on one's feet is ego in head. You can never be happy. Arrogance and peace can't stay together. Ego and soul can't stay together. Conflict is a life, conflict is a evolution, and conflict only to end the conflict is the journey of the spirit, journey of yoga. Understand why do we say mukhaṁ karoti tat padma padukam? Why I say my heartfelt salutations to your noble feet. your noble faith. Whether I am a guru, whether you are a student, we are one and the other, same as the soul. Same pentaquark, same electron, same hardware, same software. The malware, the virus is a problem which has to be chopped off to operate together, to feel that collectiveness, to feel that connectedness. Never be stupid to teach your children arrogance. I see now, more you are educated, more rich you are. Tradition is dumped in the dustbin. You don't do it. You won't allow or teach your children to do. Are you an enlightened person not to do that, oh my dear? In India, that is a tradition. Atiti Devo Bhava, Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava. Early morning. It is not a question of early morning, morning to evening. Whomever you see, when they are elder in your age, you have to fall on your feet. Every war, if you observe Mahabharata, Ramayana, you should see how Rama is praising first Ravanasura. You know that? How Ravanasura is praising the Rama for their qualities. Then only the war begins. That is an Indian culture. That is a respect given for the soul, not for the ego. When you see even the Pandavas and even Kauravas, the respect paid by Arjuna to each one of those on the enemy side, can't you see? All that Arjuna's struggle is, maybe he is stupid or ignorant, but his respect for his cousins, killing of his cousins, is beyond his imagination. Understand? That is an Indian culture. Every war, you read the past, you'll find both enemies in the war field appreciating each other, their qualities first. Then they discuss about why they are into the war. The conflict is about an issue. Then they wage the war. And war is unethical. Every evening, war ends as the sun sets. That's all. Enemy boundary lines are drawn very clearly. It's not today in India. Everywhere in the world, there are the ethics, even for a war. War with the enemy. Now, without any war, your life is a war, morning to evening. Still, even in that war, there are the ethics. How insane you have become. Worse than, worse than, life has become worse than a war. Not respecting anyone. It is pathetic to see the parents from the young software engineer, they think their child is like a god. They never seldom teach how to respect a servant. First, teach them to fall on the feet of the servant first. Then the guests. Why you are not teaching that? By teaching that, is there something wrong? You are teaching your child? How many temples you visited? And how many lotus feet over there you worshipped? I mean, it's not applicable for your day-to-day life. in every moment? It is only to get reminded. It is just disgusting to see both the arrogance of the name, fame, and the wealth in all respects. The same thing happens when you go to an ashram. There is a question of culture. A person coming from a cultural background at home to respect a guru. One thinks whether to fall on the feet or whether to stay distant and stay namaste, says namaste. Is it a thing to think? Many of the students not falling on the feet. And even one falls as if something is wrong, but as forcibly, because it's a mandatory, as if no one does it heartfully. This is what we achieved in the world in the name of development. Arrogance, ego, not respecting anyone. Not respecting anyone. You forget the fact you are living because of the entire world. Every ingredient that you eat, everything you breathe, everything you wear, as if you have manufactured. Quantum entanglement. You don't understand. You are linked to everyone in your journey, even to the young kid whom you see in this life. Whatever Buddha says, whomever you come in contact, even for a second, even for a split second in this world, whomever you see, even in a movie, you must have met them so many lifetimes in the past lifetime. That is called a quantum entanglement. There is nothing linked to everything is linked to everything. There is nothing that is not linked to anything in this entire world. Covering a blanket and thinking that no one is seeing me, I'm disconnected from the world. You are stupid. A child will do in the bed, covering the blanket, no one is seeing me. How stupid the child is, mother knows. Understand. It feels shameful at times to see, no species will do that. No species will teach their progeny. No species will teach their progeny to not respect other species, nor it treats it as a special. No. Except the damn human. That's why in India, accumulating wealth means it is a sin. No one gave value to the wealth. Sold in the street, the diamond sign, the money. No one cared. Assets are values. Assets are morals. Because they bring happiness. They bring peace. You have not received the links, for example, the YouTube links. You are supposed to receive the day before evening. For public, we are more responsible than running a course. I can tell 101 excuses. But the delay in sending you the public links, someone waiting for a link, not doing the responsibility, what does it mean? A callous attitude. Any excuse, the damn excuse, I give you. Understand? Very easy. A course running, we are responsible for only 300 people. But a public course we are running, we are responsible for thousands of people. Forever it will be there on the YouTube. Any moment of negligence. Do you know what does it mean, a moment of negligence? A moment of negligence on a road, on a highway, on a super highway. A moment of negligence of any of the planetary rotations. A moment of negligence of an electron. All those tsunamis happen, all those great earthquakes happen. A moment of negligence in the earth. Every accident that happens, always the root cause is. Analyze every disaster that a man-made disaster and natural disaster that happened because of a moment of negligence. I'm driving a car at 130 miles per hour. Do you think a moment of negligence, a moment of falling into sleep, is it allowed? And you are not traveling alone. You are a pilot. It is a flight. There is no autopilot system. Is it allowed? While landing or while lifting up? Understand. I don't think any species around us does that. Understand. A moment of negligence. What is born? Inertia. A moment of negligence is born. What is born is blaming others for your failure, for our failure. To give the damn reasons for the things not done. Blaming someone. At most care is required. A system fails means it has not failed. It has given so many times, so many cautions. We ignore. Every safety law I observe, every safety week, everyone celebrates in every organization. Every safety analysis will tell you failed to take care of the preventive measures, to take care of the preventive maintenance, to take care of a proper servicing, including the training of the employees involved. A 3 Mile Island too, the Chernobyl incident too, a Fukushima incident too. Every day, every accident that is happening in the world, because of one's callous attitude, someone is at the risk, someone is dying. Not just you die, but someone you are, sometimes you survive, but other person die. Do you know what it accounts to? What is yoga? A 64 quadrant, Ashtanga Yoga. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is a matrix. So you calculate 8 by 8, 64, you will get quadrants, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 64 sciences in India. All that life is, anyone living in this world is doing 64 kinds of the trades. This is called yoga. Highest. Understand? And this is called a singularity. And this is called hell. This quadrant is. This is a game of snakes and ladders. There's a game of chess. There's a game of the snakes and ladders. Spirituality, from where the snakes and ladders comes, is a purely spiritual game. What swallows is the snake. Yoga is all about technologies of snake. A sleeping snake means inertia. What is born is inertia. That's called a sleeping snake. A sleeping snake, if you beat it, means forcibly if you waken it up by doing dirty so-called Kriya Yoga technique or damn techniques, so-called Kundalini of the world. It is like beating it. And a sleeping snake, if you beat it and if you wake it up, what happens? Forever, you're not only at the highest level of risk at that moment, but forever in his lifetimes, it will not leave you. It will not forget you. That's why in spirituality, Tantra or Kshudra is considered as the most heinous, No one, yes, in ignorance I went. No sensible person of the Brahmin called a Vedic methodology or a yoga methodology never ever talks about beating a sleeping snake and wakening up. You useless fellows. Without any experience, damn experience in the spirituality, some pseudo-gurus, mantrics and tantrics, magicians, Ravanasura, demons have taught you this. That is only the thing, beating the snake and wakening up and get the wrath of it. You will never get enlightened. A small snake or a big snake, all that snake and ladder game is, be careful about snake. Without falling into any animosity with the snake, into the trap of the snake, you have to reach the singularity. Understand? A moment of negligence means, you are at here, you are about to get a single, you have reached a stillness, a stage level 4 enlightenment you reached, say for example. Stage 3 enlightenment you reached. A moment of negligence, it so happened, accident, there is no such a thing, you killed a fully enlightened person. The snake ends here. This snake ends here. Whether the snake will come out of this quadrant again, you will never know. Whether this can travel here, you will never know. It's not me said, it's a Buddha said. A moment of negligence. What is yoga? Yoga is all about moment of awareness. There is no scope in yoga for a moment of negligence. What's born is a negligence. A moment of negligence, the entire world can collapse. A moment of negligence, a Nagasaki, Hiroshima. A moment of negligence, a reactor can become an atomic bomb. A moment of negligence, a train which is supposed to travel can become a death trap. Can't you see? Every accident, every incident, every great disasters, everything is a moment of negligence. Your reaction, your emotion, your envy, which as a human you are not supposed to. your hatred as a human, which we are not supposed to. No, we are not animals. To exhibit a behavior of a lick or a kick, are you taking it granted? No, not at all. A moment of negligence, do you know how many cells in you are getting killed? A moment of negligence in you, of not aware of your own organization of 70 trillion cells. A moment of negligence of that is called an emotion, is called a feeling, which we take it granted. A reaction, a feeling means a uncontrolled, a biochemical pathway triggered. Runaway reaction is called. Runaway reaction means when the reaction goes, when a biochemical reaction that has gone beyond your control and caused a damage. Hitting at the steering wheel while traveling in your car at a traffic jam. Understand? Do you know what does it mean? It is killing your own cells. Either you do war inside all the time or the war outside. War inside only leads to war outside. With that mood you go somewhere, and the disaster you caused to your subordinate, the disaster you caused to your wife, the disaster you caused to your children, God only knows. One disaster leads to another disaster. In a forest, a 2 trees burning, it burns another 2 trees. 4 trees will not burn another 4 trees. These 4 trees will burn 64 trees. The 64 trees will burn, 256 trees it will burn. 256 will burn. Next moment, 1256 trees it will burn. So-called lifestyle diseases. What is that? Uncontrolled, runaway biochemical pathway, biochemical reactions, which as a human, your moment of negligence, continuously, a moment of negligence, the trillions of the cells died. That's called a knee problem. That's called hypothyroidism. That's called a diabetes. That's called a cardiovascular disease. That's called a Parkinson's. That's called a dementia. That's called obesity. Your father or your mother has not given this hardware and software to kill it. Do you think a billionaire gives his industry to his children to ruin it, to kill it, or to multiply and to grow it? Yoga is an indulgence. What doesn't connect in this moment is not a yoga. Yoga means very well it's connecting. Connecting for what? Harmony. It's in harmony only when electron behaves like a particle. Unless you are observer. Every limb of yoga, asana, whatever it is just to train us. How quickly you learn your lessons to be not to be negligent, you are a yogi. Where you become an overnight, where you become, in whole life you won't become. It depends on your attitude, that's all. Simple fact is, it depends on you. A yogi means awakened, means what? Even in sleep, his observation has not stopped. Understand? He is observer, a part of observing mechanism, a part of observation. He has become a part of observation means A moment of negligence makes you a part of observation that is running an entire show. No. To be eligible to be a part of observation, to be eligible to be a part of the observed mechanism, to be eligible for you to be observer, drashtu, you have to acquire that qualification. Abhyasa vairagya abhyanthan nirhotaha sat dirgha kala nairantariya karasevito dridabhumihi. Every moment, nairantariya. A moment of negligence for a high-speed vehicle, a moment of negligence for a senior student, it costs more than a moment of negligence of an ignorant person, a stupid fellow. A moment of negligence by a volunteer costs to him enormously because the volunteer or anyone is close to here somewhere, not here. You have worked very hard to become somewhere here. So-called volunteers or whoever are close to the Guru. But one should remember that it is all that you are here means so many levels of awareness you have come through. You are there. All that you learn. A person here can be negligent. Of course, it is inertia. But a person here, a stupid fellow, to compare someone with a moment of negligence down in the Kada. That's why Guru all the time, why Patanjali cursed for breaking. Simply, okay, he allowed her. His intention is very good. Mandukacharya, and his intention is very good. But it's between the game between the snake and frog. Frog will never forget its habit. And snake doesn't want to harm the frog. Snake and frog have become close friends, called Patanjali and Mandukacharya. Patanjali is a snake. Mandukacharya is a frog. They have become friends forever. The snake started liking, and snake told, you see, you will be in the danger. Even a moment of negligence under me. To the frog, never take a chance. You're always, you can't swallow me, but I can swallow you. You are my food. One has to go deeper into the story of a Patanjali or his disciple of the Mandukacharya. Manduka means a frog. For every Guru, as you move close to the Guru, understand, a Guru is a snake, you are a frog. If that realization comes, and frog will be very, very alert. Frog will be very, very cautious. It will never take its relationship with the snake granted. That's what Shankaracharya saw. When he walked through that forest of Kadalikaranya, Sahyadri mountains, in the deep forest of Karnataka, having learned the technique from his Guru, having got enlightened, to finish his job of complete enlightenment, not to have even a moment of negligence. And Shankaracharya, the greatest, incredible, serious aspirant, a seeker, examined every forest. Already he traveled every forest. Then he realized in which forest I can be very alert. Then he found the other 9, every forest boasts of called king cobras. A king cobras, A king cobra, Kalindi, is Krishna who has to tame the snake. It is the same forest. And that forest is called Kali River. There is a river, even today it's called Kali River. It is not Kali River. It is a Kalindi, the river. Now there is a dam on the Kali River. The black waters, like in Gandaki River, Shiva's river in the Himalayas is called Gandaki River, the sulfur dominant, and the black waters, in Himalayas I always tell, white waters, alkali waters, black waters, acidic waters. Of the Orissa are known. And the snakes, even today you walk into those, the tails will go, those snakes have 1,000 heads, and those snakes are mighty. Only yogis will glance, not ordinary people. People dwell in those forests, always pray to the snakes. There you will find in that forest the statues of the snakes. So Shankaracharya walking down in that forest, heavily raining, then he saw that, a frog, hatchlings coming out. And, so the snake is protecting this frog. That's what he realized. Oh, how the frog is so alert. It survived under the snake. And how the snake is taking care of the frog. That's why he chose to construct that ashram called Sringeri on the bank of the Tunga, the river, near the Kali river. Why he chose Tunga? What's the name of the Tunga? There are another river called Bhadra. These rivers together become a Tungabhadra. It is a subsidiary or a tributary of the river called, Krishna river called Krishna river. The river Tunga and the river Bhadra, both of them joined together, And the Tunga means, you should know, is much down the conscious level on the map of the Karnataka, if you see. It is much above, like a Kailasa. By the time you come to the Kaveri, it is dead. Now people are saying, retrieve Kaveri, Kaveri is dead. And why Kaveri is dead? When consciousness dies, the first thing to die is the Kaveri. Swami Iyengar, as a child traveled every day from his village to Tiruchirappalli to Adur, crossing every day a great river called, Kaveri. And he saw, so that river and that river there, dries all the time. That place is called Tiruchi, place of Shiva, place of, like in Himalayas, that place is place of Shiva, place of Vishnu. To stay alert, there Vishnu is a reclined position, tuned into singularity, That's why the great Kupuswami Iyengar, the Shivananda, went on to, he never realized the means of his existence is out of general, offered a past job for him in a big rubber estate in Malaysia, Hey, for your talent as a doctor, this place in India is too small. You deserve more remuneration. Dr. Kupuswami Iyengar, you need more remuneration. Kuppaswamy Iyengar is entirely different from BKS Iyengar, Krishna Swami Iyengar. Understand? That Kuppaswamy Iyengar, so-called Shivananda, a different personality. Yes. So when he is offered by a job by a British Governor General, highly remunerative compared to any of his fellow pass-outs, naturally opted it. But he is so intelligent, he is so meticulous in his skill. That's why he is chosen by that. The message goes from the professor to that college. Who is the meritorious student? I want to have him employed in that huge rubber estate where thousands of the people work. I want a good person who can handle the entire hospital because everyone is coming and they are leaving irresponsible. They are saying they are stressed out. I want a person, and they are not that capable. I want a person and who can really serve and who is highly skilled. He should be equivalent to at least 15, 20 doctors. That kind of the student I want. And that Kuppaswamy Iyengar is suggested by his professors, is selected for that job in Malaysia. And as you would have read perhaps in his books, then you would know that how much he is liked by all those employees within no time. Barriers between the management and the conflicts between the management and the labor, exploitation of the labor, everything is vanished. Dr. Kuppaswamy Iyengar became a bridge between the management and between the student, between the labor. Never in that history of the Malaysia such a treatment given to the labor, nor management respected the labor, labor respected the management. The labor outperformed and management outperformed in rewarding those labor. The entire credit goes to Dr. Kuppaswamy Iyengar, not just a medical doctor, as he did his job 24/7 serving every labor family. How many babies he delivered in the midnight, he doesn't know. Whoever knocked at his door never went back with any problem again. He is already a karma yogi, he is already a bhakti yogi, he is already a jnani yogi, he is already looking for a Raja Yoga. His level is already at the level of self-realization, self-actualization. Then came upon a day, when some Advaitin, means the one who talks like me only about Siddhanta Vicharana, about the method of values and morals, and as a path to the singularity, and one who visited from India as a guest, as a sannyasin, as a guru to the Malaysia. He listened that evening. It so happened he forcibly, as a respect to the fellow Indian, or upon the insistence of the Governor General, he has to attend that talk. That Governor General said, that talk he would definitely love because it's close to what he is doing the job, because he has already had utmost devotion and he has absolutely without any expectation, and he never looked at his remuneration, and he never enjoyed the status or the name what he is getting, least bothered. Nishkama karma yoga, karma phala sannyasa yoga, whatever the money he got, he purchased himself many. He expanded the medical, he expanded the hospital there, and he himself purchased many things with his own money. Karma phala sannyasa yoga, nishkama karma yoga, working without any expectation every moment. You won't even give a smile for a smile. You expect a smile for a smile, 2 days, other fellow doesn't smile, you stop smiling. That's the story. And nothing you are doing, whether it's your partner, whether it's your children, whether it's a boss, everything you do with expectation. If that desire, that expectation is not only there, you are a yogi, you are called. Nishkama karma yoga, karma phala sannyasa yoga. You work very hard and not at all interested in whatever the money you got, the fruits of your labor, sacrificing them, not using them for you, is the highest. Sacrificing fruits of your labor, your hard work, and you get a salary, and that salary not caring, giving of that salary to serve the people, not even eating in fasting many times. And Shivananda told, Kupuswami Iyengar told how many days he didn't even bother to even have his food. There were many days only he had a single meal. Though he had a full-fledged canteen, and the canteen fellows are so happy to give him whatever the food he wanted. He was so engaged in performing some surgeries and all, and delivering some babies, where he had no time. He forgot to even take food. The thought of food disappeared from his mind. That, I had a food yesterday or the day before. And he is earning the highest remuneration. Any doctor can demand in India, any doctor can demand in Malaysia, he is paid. He used every penny of that, he used only for, he went with the bedding and he remained only with that bedding, no money. The day when he left Malaysia, he had no money, the same bedding, a small bedding. His parents were expecting he would fetch a lot of money. The same bedding, he landed in Chennai, did not go to his native place, went to Rishikesh. He was so motivated by that guru that Governor Generals could see how he qualifies every aspect so-called Indian spirituality. He had seen all fake gurus in India, all Sanskrit scholars in India, all fake Brahmins in India, but here he has seen a good Brahmin who is a doctor, but is more than a doctor for the body. The owner of that huge estate, rubber estate, was so pleased. He suggested, Mr. Kupuswami, this talk you will enjoy. I'll listen to him in India. He talks about the criteria to get enlightened. Devotion is not for a God. Devotion is in every activity you do. Devotion is for your wife. Devotion is for your children. Devotion is for the work you do every moment. A moment of negligence not allowed in a devotion. Nishkama karma yoga, without expectation, doing everything. Number 2, sacrificing the fruits of labor, the means of happiness, my dear. Now exactly opposite. Every carrier, every aspirant you can see. Then Jnana Yoga, when one has a devotion, when works without expectation like a karma yogi, then with the result 24/7 devoted to his profession and working hard, not caring anything else, you will naturally become skilled. You will earn enormous direct experience, enormous skill, enormous true knowledge, not the knowledge of the books. That's what Kupuswami Iyengar, any complicated surgery, he can do it. It's a tip off it is at his fingertips. Because day in and out, the number of cases he handled, more than 3,500 employees he handled. Single-handedly, he said, I don't need anyone, I just need nurses only 1 or 2 nurses. Can you imagine? A yogi in the making, who is the architect of so-called modern yoga, is the Shivananda, Dr. Kuppaswami Iyengar. In the same ashram today, different story. Dump it. None of them down the line, after his first level of disciples, none of them are even eligible to utter his name. Understand? I don't think any of the gurus whom I heard about are incredible like Dr. Kuppaswami Iyengar or Shivananda. And when he heard the talk, and that's all. And he told, "So I'm resigning the job." It is such a shock to the estate owner, but he could understand why he is telling. He is not looking for another job, because someone offered him a better remuneration like you and me. We useless fellows working for a mother, an organization, all the time looking at other girl, other mother, where I will get opportunity and I will jump for a mere few bucks. It is beyond a dream of a Kuppaswami Iyengar, a Shivananda, to think to resign the job. But the one who lives, the one who is in the job of healing everyone 24/7, he understood the limitations of healing, limitations of removing the pain and suffering of a human. And then he wanted to be that doctor who can remove the suffering of the mind. And he has to discover it. The death as a disease that is hunting the germ immortality, now he discovered that evening talk enlightened him. No amount of his work curing the diseases will really make him to remove the pain of the people. It can't change anyway attitude. The next day again he will come. Diabetes fellow, again he will come. He will eat and come. He will continue to use the medicine. He will never even be cautious to how to remove the diabetes. He will be happy to live with the diabetes swallowing a pill. He is happy to live with the CVD disease swallowing a pill, instead of even trying to remove the root cause of the CVD problem. Can't you see the world today? He has seen all his treatments are simply for them. It is to not to look for a cause of the problem, but actually living on a problem. He has become a part of a solution of living on a problem. And these guys, they don't even look into the cause why I am in a mess, why my triglycerides are high, what can I do to prevent it? Happy to swallow a pill to reduce the cholesterol and to make racing heart to cool down by blocking its receptors. This is what Dr. Kuppaswami Iyengar realized. The real healing is when there is a way to change the mind. What kind of, stinking mind the people have. Frankly speaking, no doctor can ever remove can't change any attitude of the patient. In fact, he is strengthening a wrong attitude of the patient. He is giving a wrong hope to the patient. He is making a patient to live on the problem instead of solving it. And patient is taking advantage of it. That's how the world is. Given a chance, who wants to work? When I can manage with the sugar When I can manage with the triglycerides, why not? Why do I work? Why do I look for? That's our attitude. Are you different? No. That's why Dr. Kuppaswamy Iyengar, he realized what a mess it is, frankly speaking. What medical school he studied, he doesn't teach. It is a stupidity, what he is trying to do. Then and there, he just resigned. Straight away, he dumped his bag. He came, traveled in a ship, dumped his bag in Chennai, and just went to the Rishikesh Strait. That's all. No looking back. Understand? Do you think he is a moment of negligence? He's so alert. Even today, I can 100% tell. I haven't seen anyone as broad as talking about Allah, talking about prayers to the Allah, prayers to the Jesus, prayers to the every goddess. The one who wrote poetry after Shankaracharya, in the modern yoga gurus, in English, he is Dr. Kuppaswamy. His English is so good, but very simple. He's not a scholar, a par excellent, simple English. His poetry is straight to the heart. I don't think again India would ever have a yoga teacher, a par excellent, a yogi like that. Each one of his direct disciples, including Satchidananda Saraswati, always felt how selfish they are compared to the selfless Guru Shivananda. Till the last breath, he never cared about himself. He only cared, his medical kit never left him. That is a yogi, my dear. Growing in the spirituality, growing in yoga, coming close to a guru. Your progress on the path tells how alert you are. Not allowing any inertia, because I told you, a person here, completely dirty quadrants, they don't make any difference whether you add or whether you don't add. Mandukacharya, a moment of negligence of Manduka, he became a Brahma Rakshasa, cursed by his Guru. Why? If he had not cursed him, had he not become a Brahma Rakshasa, means having entire knowledge, but he can't teach nor he can't practice. The one who is supposed to carry the legacy of Patanjali became a Brahma Rakshasa, having heard. He knows, he is only the one who knows entire Patanjali's every utterance, all the three things called Charaka Samhita and grammar, everything Mandukacharya is only the person knows. But now he became a Brahma Rakshasi. He can't. That's what Patanjali has. Why Patanjali has cursed him? Because otherwise he would have been permanently in the hell. A moment of negligence of a volunteer costs. Every god who is supposed to get enlightened at that point of time, or in the next future generations. Until when? Tell me. Until Shankaracharya, the technologies are limited. All that Mandukacharya could teach is Gaudapadacharya. All that Gaudapadacharya teaches Shankaracharya. That's why it's called a lineage of the Gurus. How many centuries passed down the line between 2nd century, 3rd century before Jesus, just after the Buddha, Patanjali is. 200 years after Buddha. Shankaracharya belongs to 8th century. the lifespan of the Brahma Rakshasi, the lifespan of a Gaudapada Acharya, you can understand how long the life of a Brahma Rakshasi. There is no in-between teachers. It's a direct link between Patanjali to the Shankaracharya. You should know that. A moment of negligence of Mandukacharya, a frog, a snake has to spew its venom, otherwise this fellow would have ended forever in the hell. Keeping one's seniority in the ashrams. As you grow old, as you become close as a volunteer, because you serve, many things, it doesn't mean. Even there is a moment of arrogance, one has to be extraordinarily careful about their attitude. As you grow in the yoga, as you grow close to the Guru, one has to be extraordinarily careful. A moment of negligence of Mandukacharya costs how many centuries? 8 centuries. How many people deprived of enlightenment? 800 years. Not 800 years. More than. Every 500 years in the science, you got 22 generations. 800 years means almost 36 generations gap has come. That's why the technologies are lost. By then, already spirituality had completely deteriorated in India. That's what Adishesha, the vehicle of, the bed of Vishnu, why Vishnu gave him that boon to Adishesha to witness and to restore the legacy of sound of silence, to restore the legacy of the Sanskrit grammar. Why he has restored the legacy of yoga darshana. Why that Adishesha took all the pains to be born again, to give the greatest science called Ayurveda. And mere moment of negligence of his student, the close disciple whom he loves at most, dear to him, a moment of negligence of not caring, not heeding to the word of the master, it is not the cost is for him. For not performing his job properly, 8 centuries in India, people completely devoid of the path of enlightenment. Completely gone. We have become worshippers of the snake, so-called damn Kundalini. What is the cost of it? 8 centuries. A moment of negligence of a volunteer, a moment of negligence of a close student, if he is a true Guru, what it costs? The cost is not to him. The cost is to the people. Loss is to the people. The negligence of Manduka. Even today it is irreparable, irrecoverable. That's why you mentioned Patanjali, the damn Hatha Yoga book, physical asana book, you mentioned Patanjali. That the level of Patanjali stooped down by us because of the damn student, so-called volunteer. Know the fundamentals of yoga before even you get into the yoga. Damn, yoga is not just jumping on the mat, just like, to solve your problem of the cardiovascular disease, to solve problem of obesity, to solve the problem of knee. That's what Kuppaswami Iyengar realized. what the damn physician job he is doing. The purpose of coming to the yoga is not that. Understand? It is not to solve the problem of a disease. It is to solve the problem of the death as a disease. I see this negligence on part of volunteers. I don't think because it is a thing of the entropy. I only have to break my head. If I am standing behind that camera, other day you have seen me. If I have to hold that camera 24/7 alert, if my guru is standing in front of the camera, I can 100% tell you, there will not be a moment of negligence. Yes, for that boy, maintaining that kind of alertness 3 hours, 4 hours may be difficult. But if I were behind him, even without any yoga background, I would 100% tell you, I will be very, very alert. Had I been a student, had I been a child, if I were him during my childhood, I would not do. That's why I shouted at him. Understand? I would never do that. I never did in my whole life. There's no scope. When you want to conquer the field of inertia, what is born, there cannot be any scope for a sincere student. The one who really wants to grow, there cannot be any place for complacency or negligence or a moment of inertia. One has to break his head when it comes to, not at the cost of depriving a student anything. What he is supposed to discharge, he is supposed to discharge. Beg, borrow and buy. But one has to do one job. A stupid doesn't realize what that negligence means to the Guru. Mandukacharya never realized what blunder he did until his Guru shouted on him. Patanjali. For what? Patanjali has to deprive 8 centuries. Had he wished? No. But what to do the damn volunteer Mandukacharya? 8 centuries may people deprive, but not this guy, because the technologies would be gone. If he goes to the hell, that's why he has to curse him to be a blessing in the discourse. That's all. A curse of a guru is never a curse, it's a blessing. To rescue from a great trap, to rescue from a great disaster, giving a lightest punishment than when he is going to get killed, escaping from small injury. It is something like that for Mandukacharya, that curse of becoming a Brahma Rakshasa. Understand? A 48 hours delay in you getting my YouTube links of this program, maybe it has no value, but the question for me is, it is all important. When a volunteer tells, tomorrow morning I will send at any cost, and when a volunteer fails even to communicate, it's a disaster. Understand? Not allowed from an alert volunteer. Understand? Whether you go through those links or not, doesn't matter to me. But what matters to me is what has to be respected has to be respected. I'm more responsible for the public than even when I run a course for a few people. Everyone in the public domain will not join on the course. Do you understand? A moment of negligence at this level, go to the hell. That's what Patanjali rescued Mandukacharya. Each one of my volunteers, I am always so strict It's for only one reason. They are in the top quadrant. 8 levels of first level, second level, first level, second level, third level, fourth level. It takes time to get into these quadrants, traveling like this, This is a journey, path of journey, always. It is not like this. It is, okay, you go into this. And once you enter into this, eighth level means a first level of enlightenment. Are you very close? You already have. You understood already. Every limb of a guru, what he teaches, you practice scrupulously his methodology. You know very well what you are supposed to be. But for you to move from this quadrant to this quadrant, this quadrant to this quadrant, it may take many lifetimes. That's what Buddha says. 7 lifetimes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Understand? Spirituality is perfect mathematics. Everywhere perfect calculations exist. It is not a hunting in the dark. For a stupid, it is a hunting in the dark. There are the clear quadrants, clear levels of first level, second level, not just for samadhi, 8 levels, ekagra bhumikas, but for enlightenment clearly envisaged, 8 levels of enlightenment clearly defined. Nirodha bhumikas, clearly defined. Then only it's called a science. It's not that you call a postdoctoral research fellow in a subject that you do not know anything. Impossible. Yes, it might happen in India when you buy a certificate. Understand? Yes, if you buy a certificate in yoga, you become a guru or you become a yoga teacher. The many in India come to India for what? Buying a yoga ticket, yoga certificate. In 1 month you can get RYD 200. In 1 month you can get, in 3 months you can get RYD 500. And no one will ask you, certificate will be given to you. That's why yoga is at this level. It's a big catch. That's how Yoga Alliance of America makes money. Understand? In our tradition, as I told you, if you stay 3 months completely, if we see transformation in you, not how many of the, yes, we tell how many episodes you watched. But if we see the transformation in you, we give you the certificate. If we don't see the transformation in you, then we won't give the certificate. Yoga is for transformation. Yoga is not for certificate. So what level it is brought down? A Patanjali's favorite disciple, very, very close disciple. He told him before the session begins, it's going to be serious. All the gods from all the universes will come, and in this Chidambara, a sacred secret will be disseminated today. It is what I was, all my prayers of Mahavishnu today get answered. I have the opportunity to get enlightened. Hey Mandukacharya, today is going to be a great event. So all these gods whom you won't see will come today. And including Shiva, including Vishnu. Shiva himself is going to dance, reveal. And Vishnu will be witnessing, sitting there. Brahma will be sitting there. That's why a Chidambaran temple is the temple for 3. Temple for all the planes of consciousness. The secret of Chidambaram is this. Chit, singularity, the secret of space journey, time and space journey, to realize, to end the journey, to end the time and space journey. Ambaram means space, time and space. Chit, singularity. The journey through the space, making T zero, otherwise T is infinite. Space is infinite. S, making S zero, only happens when T is zero. That is the secret of the Chidambara. He told his Mandukacharya, under any circumstances, don't open this curtain. I am going behind the curtain. Under any circumstances, don't open the curtain until I tell you to open it. And Mandukacharya, everything is over, not still over, final stage are there. Overpowered by emotion, not even a actual emotion to see the Guru, no, selfish we are. So to see their Guru who inspired them, but without finishing line. Mandukacharya has not allowed the finishing line to happen. Only with the result, 8 centuries people are deprived in India. That is 100% true, having traveled in all the schools of yoga. Why all the time I talk about Shankaracharya? He is only the one. Again, talks about Siddhanta Vicharana, talks about Mahavakya Vicharana. In between, you will not find even a single saint speaks about singularity from 2nd century before Jesus to in the 8th century of the Shankaracharya, not even a single soul you will find. The meaning of yoga completely changed, completely deteriorated. Yoga has become a mere spirituality is a snake, spirituality is beating the snake to get the spew of the snake, the poison, or it has become like a jumping frog, asanas, jumping frog. That's what, jumping frog. Not understanding that what frog did, it deprived us. So when Shankaracharya, heavily raining, 6 months raining, 7, almost 8 months in a year, that place rains all the time. So to shower, to put off his final fire, so he needs rain. Apo Jyoti, to put out the fire, one has to shower the water. Rasomrutam, to experience from asava to elixir, to convert this, emotion, the flood of emotions and feelings into a flood of peace, selflessness. Selfish emotions called reactions, to become a selfless emotion, to serve others. Right now your emotion is to serve ego. Right now your feelings are to nurture your ego. Selfish. Every reaction of you is selfish. Someone rejected it, or what you wanted you didn't get, you react. Isn't it? Selfishness. When your emotion becomes a selfless, when your feelings become a selfless, the journey from selfishness to selflessness, to convert negative emotions to emotions for the self, reaction to responding. A huge journey it is. That is a journey called Rasomrutam, a reacting mechanism, the self-centered, a self-killing, soul-killing, biochemical, running the biochemical pathways, runaway reactions to having complete, serving biochemical pathways, running the biochemical pathways for the entire humanity to serve them in a positive emotion, like Kupuswami Iyengar. to do that. Apo Jyoti Rasomrutam, the terrain where it rains all the time, and where you can finally convert all the fluids of, all the reactions of self-centered to a positive emotion of selflessness. He chose that place called Sringeri. What is Sringeri? Where the end of the passion, where the passion ends. Where the passions end anymore, stop. Where the rivers flow opposite. Where the consciousness, where the frog will not be negligent. A frog to be carried by a snake means, and when it is about to kill, when it is about to get killed by the nature, and protected by the snake, that is a place of the worship. That's why Shankaracharya chose that place of the greatest river, the greatest forest in India, the dreaded forest in India. No other forest is as dangerous as that forest. The number of waterfalls next to the Himalayas, if you see, the number of gorges, if you see, the number of waterfalls you see, the height of the trees you see, the diversity of the fauna and flora you would see. No other forest matches. Having traveled every forest, every peak of the mountain, Shankaracharya chose that place. For what? To stay alert or to keep that moment, the danger of moment of negligence to keep away. To go to high alert state, already in high alert state, to go to a super alert state called a yogic state. You choose a dreaded forest, a dreaded terrain. There is a strict criteria you chose. Understand? Simply because it's a public workshop, it doesn't mean I am here just to make you jump like a frog and remain a frog. Kupastamandhuka. Yoga is to jump out of the well, not to remain in the well. The jumping on the mat is not to jump between a birth and death. It is to end the birth and death and to go beyond. If you are pursuing yoga as a cure for your obesity, yoga as a boosting of ego, to indulge more, morning yoga, evening bhoga, then you don't call it as a yoga, call it as a bhoga program. Change the name of your board on the studio. Never mention it as a yoga studio, mention it as a bhoga studio, studio of the prostitutes. Understand? A yoga means becoming a yogi. Yoga means the methodology of ending the suffering, connecting to the singularity. I'm telling you the stories of my volunteers, and as you grow in the spirituality, how scrupulous you will become. You should become. It's not that I just stand today in front of the camera just like that. You can see in last 10 years, on account of the health, there's not even a single day I bunked any class. Every morning like this, for last 11 years, I've been teaching, not 11 months. Are you one? represent yoga and talk about yoga? Each one of my volunteers must have bunked many times for several reasons, whatever the reason it is. But not me. Even my father died. Understand? That's why a yogi in the making should be seen first of all. If it's not that in overnight you will become a yogi, even as a student, you should be so serious to become, finally to finish the deadline to become a yogi. A moment of negligence means, it is this. Understand? That's why there is a Lizzie or a Anna or a Mary or a Steve or any volunteer who serves 24/7, or an Amarendra or a Ramadevi or a Asha or a Nirupama or anyone, a Gopi or any volunteer. It has no meaning if they fail. All that it takes a moment to fall back into the hell. Understand? That's where Guru is concerned. That's where Guru shouts. Whereas Iyengar you have seen at his level, or Pattabhiji as you see, or Krishnamacharya you see. On whom they shouted? Just like Patanjali. On whom Patanjali shouted? For entire world, Patanjali never shouted. But for Bandukacharya, Patanjali is a nightmare, I tell you. That's how, after 8 centuries down the line, at least we are getting the same 195 Patanjali Sutras still left. That credit goes to Patanjali for cursing his student. Had he not cursed, had he not shouted, had he not cursed to be a Brahma Rakshasa, all of us, none of us would have got anything. All of us, we would be. The technologies and what I am talking to you today, no one would speak. Even today, you observe outside, no one will speak about this. Only frog jumping. And after 8 centuries, only frog jumping remained. Yoga has become a frog jumping, not a leap going beyond the well. And what frog thinks? The world is, the entire world is in its well. The one who realizes dukkha satya. Understand? No one is doing. First of all, one should understand Nishkama Karma Yoga. No one is doing any benefit to anyone. Any of my volunteers not doing any service to you. They are doing the service to their own soul to get liberated. That's the first thing is that. Thinking even a moment I am doing a job or I am serving others. Gone. I never considered. You are given opportunity of the nature to serve your soul, to liberate your soul. That's all. A volunteering means serving your own soul. A quickest way of getting liberated. You are not doing anything. Karasevito, that is the highest service you are trying to do to finish the deadline. You are not serving anyone. You are serving yourself. First of all, volunteers should understand he is serving oneself. He is not serving anyone. Even a moment of thinking that I am serving someone, gone. He is not stand. He is not eligible to be a volunteer. He is not eligible to claim, I have grown up in yoga. I have an experience in the spirituality. No way. This realization only grows. Oh my God, It is such a service to my soul. That gratitude will grow. Giving I got an opportunity to, oh my God, what a great servicing, and what a great service I am doing to myself. What a brilliant opportunity. Every ashram I went, every day, the tears in my eyes for giving me an opportunity to serve my soul. If I think, I serve like this, all these students, even a moment of that flash of thought crosses in your mind. Complacency or anything. If Amarendra or Ramadevi thinks, we are serving because of us, Kumar's is teaching or something like that. Even a moment of thought arises in their mind, gone. Gone. Impossible for them. That's the greatest service. At last they got an opportunity to serve their soul, to liberate. If they should realize, as they grow every day, utter in gratitude. If that is not coming, they're ruining themselves. The snake is swallowing them to end up in hell. Having traveled up to here, can you go back? It's only forward journey. Only snake will swallow. How many lifetimes you must have worked to be here? How come you will neglect your job? It is an irreversible journey anyone makes. Yes, it is a reversible journey. Only negligence, snakes and ladder means it's counted only on the negligence scale. You are swallowed. Every time you end up down. Every snake that swallows on the way you're back, you made. It only tells you where you got stuck up, how you are not growing up in the spirituality. Have you got stuck up with your own ego? Oh, I am serving. Oh, I am close to Guru. All these are the snakes for a volunteer that prevent you to grow in any organization. Understand? I tell you, I could see my fellow volunteers in every ashram. I could see my fellow students in every ashram I went. Looking for a positions in the same ashram, or looking for a name or a fame from the students, or taking pride in serving others. Oh, I am doing service, great service. I am going to so and so ashram to service. I am doing great charity work. I have seen this whole gamut of. For me to teach you this, I am telling you, it's a very painful process. Because teaching not as you please is the most difficult thing for anyone to teach. For mother it is easy. Whatever child asks to give, to please the child. Very easy for any mother to please the child. But what is the most difficult is to be strict with the child. The most difficult thing for any mother is to be very strict with their children. It's very painful. How many times their heart shrinks. How many times she cries in the vein of the pain. Only mother knows. The most strict she is demanded by a naughty student means, what at times mother thinks, why have I given birth to this child? Oh my God. Every terrorist mother, how much she would suffer. No terrorist mother would be happy. Understand? No parent would be happy. A child becoming a terrorist. But now the times are changing. Making your person, your word as an employee of a Google company, the cold terrorism. making everyone slave. Everyone who is making internet game, learning graphics, writing code for either a PlayStation or a Sony, Xbox. Do you know? You are a part of a delusion. You are a part of a terrorist program, making someone slave, making someone danger. Today, war of the corporate world is worse than a Hitler, worse than a Napoleon. To be a part of a Facebook, to be a part of Amazon, to be a part of Google, to be a part of a cold murdering group, to be a part of converting everyone into a slave. What kind of bad karma you must have done in your whole life. How lucky I am. Many of my colleagues in the 2K boom in the year 1999, they resigned, they jumped to America for the mere dollars. I told you some time back. I should consider myself very lucky. I did not enter into the private corporate goon program. Understand? I feel very fortunate not working for a Google, not to be a part of any of these sociopaths. They're not social websites. They're not the social networks. They're the psychic networks, making everyday vulnerable slave. Watching you close, exploiting completely. And adoring a Lucifer, working for a Lucifer. Oh, how insane it is. So naturally God has protected me because I am a part of his loop, not a part of the Lucifer loop, naturally. Once I start respecting, he respects me. That's why never a flash of a thought of earning money or anything existed in my mind. In all my career, like Kupuswami never arose money as a criteria for sticking to a job or leaving a job. Understand? My life was never for a money, though I had no money. Never. Understand? So, a yoga is to nurture the world of soul, God, not to nurture the soul or the spirit of Lucifer the devil. Understand? Every day, how much selfless we are becoming. That's all. That is only the criteria. How much less you are serving yourself is only the criteria. How much you have gone beyond, your self-service is only the criteria. Karasevita. Understand? That is the purpose of falling onto the feet every day. Training is to become selfless. Training is to keep tabs on the self. Training is to, you are no one without anyone around you. To be reminded every day in India, whether you are forced or whether you are motivated, the culture is to fall on the feet of a guru. A guru means whether he is a 5-year-old, 1-year-old, he is a 7-year-old, that's it. He is called an Arya. Or anyone elder to you. Because the other person will definitely fall on your feet, younger one. If that is not happening in your life in India, if you are not teaching that to your children, means you are teaching other. Definitely, if this is not happening, the other way it is happening. You are teaching your child to be a predator, to be a part of Google group, dreaming your child to be a part of terrorist group called Facebook or Twitter or this consumerism. I feel very unfortunate if you had my children working for any of this. I told them, never work for these companies. They will never work for these companies. It is inherently it comes. Because their father is not like that, his brought up is not like that. They want to see in their father like that. Understand? For your children to be motivated like that, parents are responsible. 100%. That's the way they are brought up. Money is only the means of living. Name and career are only as a purpose of the life. Life is not a money. Those who have the money, look at what a stress, what a mess. Those who have the name, what is the stress scale? Oops. Have you gone mad? To increase the stress, you dreamt all your career for increasing your stress scale of ego, or to experience the peace and happiness, calmness and quietness. In the disguise of serving, do you think Sundar Pichai can take pride that he is serving the society? Do you think Bill Gates can claim that he is serving the society? Have you gone insane? They are serving their own self-interest. In order to protect their self-interest, they are making everyone slave. Understand? Every gadget that comes out of the Apple, every gadget that comes out of the Google, every update on the Android is activating your androids, killing your androids. The very basic Android program, why is it named as Android? It deactivates your existing androids, make you slave. Activating Android is to make you strong. The entire name of the Android program itself. Do you understand what is Android? On Saturday, the discussion is only on the Android. It is to shrink your testicles. It is to shrink your brain. Your Android receptors are already dead. The software makes it worse. Every time I am seeing the Android being uploaded, upgraded on my mobile, you do not know the meaning of Android. Do you? Until yesterday I explained. You update Android program, inside your Android receptors are dying. Every updation over there is a killing program of your Android receptors, lowering your metabolism, strengthening your weak mechanisms of reactions. Every update is making you slave, addicted, making your job easy. Dead. You are a part of Android program, Android building program, or Android killing program. The entire yoga is to activate Android activity, Android receptor activation, by strengthening the free testosterone. The free testosterone is gone, whether you are a male or a female. That's why lesbian relationship started. Never in the history of human it ever existed. Until marriage, yes, a girl loves girl, a boy loves boy. That's common. Do you understand what does it mean? Neither I am against lesbian or I am not. I am in favor of any opposite sex or any sex. I am only in favor of a free testosterone or a free estrogen. That's all. I talk like a science. Not your damn talk about relationships between this and this. Useless language of uncultured language, of dummies. I'm not talking a dummy language. What it indicates? Deterioration of the free testosterone, fall of growth hormones, fall of cell-building growth hormones, all those hormones which I explained. Why? Life became easy. Life made it easy for you. That's the problem. You have to not to struggle for your breakfast, nor you have to struggle for anything in the life. That's why you are in a mess. Understand? In continuation to my topic of anabolic and catabolic. Have you understood? So far, to the extent I explained only, you understood. Beyond that, you can't understand. So further expanding the subject of anabolic and catabolic. Mr. Kumar, if zero resistance is only the criteria to expand a cell to become a yogi, so why any resistance is required at all? Already your karma program has shrunk your cell to the level your DNA, your soul has become prisoner. For your soul to get liberated, you have to expand the cell. You have to rejuvenate the cell. Your cell, what right now your DNA is doing? Killing the cell. That's the program right now you are executing it. For DNA to work differently, not to kill, but to experience the zero stress, free from killing. First it should stop executing its apoptosis. It should stop executing its senescence program because of the lack of nutrients, because of the generation of the free radicals, 24/7 generation of the mental free radicals generated by emotions, feelings, free radical generated by your food chain. Not just free radicals, advanced glycation, end products, what not. Everything is already. Your cell is tortured every moment. With the result, your hair is turning grey. You have already hyper. Is there any youth that healthy today? One is shrinking his balls to grow the muscle. Stupid. Is there any youth who is healthy, who is free from emotions or feelings? Forget about even physical health, talk about. Can they walk like me? Can they run like me? Can they work like me? Why? Sinking. What they are executing program? Already 20, 25 years, 15 years of age already, the DNA is programming executing the program of aging. That's why you are seeing your children at the age of 80 years. The other day my volunteer is telling, at the age of 4 years she is developing the chest. I told her, when you feed these dirty eggs and the dirty chicken, when you expose her to these, when she watches her parents kissing each other, hugging each other all the time, when the child watching the dirty parents doing sex openly, do you think child will learn to become a Shankaracharya? Do you think children are blind? In the same bed they are sleeping, both parents are indulging in the sex. Do you think the child is sleeping? Child will never sleep. At 200 heart rate, do you think child will sleep? You damn fellow, dummy fellow. If I increase your heart rate to the 200, can you sleep? You useless fellow. That much sense you don't have. A child in the bed, a newly born, and the parents are indulging in the sex. Never in the history of the human culture such a thing existed. And do you think the children, what they will become? From the day when they start looking at you now, the newly born child also, looking at the girl with attraction, and girl looking at the boy at the children levels. Why? Can't you see that? As a children, we never did that. But now you see the present generation of the children. 2-year-old, 1-year-old, you can see the inclinations, sexual inclinations. I know one of our volunteers is telling. Her neighbor child, at the age of 4 years itself, she is developing the chest. I told, not only she will develop, by the age of 8 years, she will have fully grown up breast, fully grown up bottom and bosom. As we at the age of 25, 30 years, after giving the birth to some 10 children, 15 children, this bosom and bottom get shaped. But now, at the age of 8 years, 10 years, you can see clearly defined curvatures of the girls. Why? Why so early maturity? They are becoming old. So quick aging. Can't you see? Are you taking pride? Your child, a girl of 12 years, a fully grown up breast and fully grown up bottom, and so like adult and looking so tall. What does it mean? She will become a dementia, she will become Parkinson, she will suffer what not disease, you tell me, when she grows up. Already she is aging, so advanced. Her DNA is executing the program of killing her very quickly. Can't you see that? Are you taking pride? Are you taking pride in converting five months crop period, reducing it to 3 months? That's why all our message to grow quickly, to die quickly. Anything that grows quickly will die. Can't you see? A goat, a cow, a fish, which grows slowly will die later. Which grows quickly will die. And we stupids have manipulated the genome of rice, wheat. A 5 months crop we have reduced it to 3 months. And now we eat to grow quick, to die quick. Our lifespan also reduced the same. The quality of the lifespan, what does it mean? Don't talk about the lifespan of 80 years, whether you are living. You are at the age of 25 years, your hair is graying, means you are already dead. You are living dead. Is it alive? But that is the status of yourself right now. Android receptors are dying. Can't they die at the age of 4 years if her android receptors are already activated to execute the reproductive hormones at the age of 4 years, and if the child is developing the breast now, can you imagine? A boy grown up by the age of 17 years like a macho man, at the age of 16 years becoming a macho man, a macho girl, a matured Like in olden days, after giving 10 children, 15 children, this woman used to look matured, breast and but now, without even giving any birth to the children, now you can see why that bottom is and why bosom is over bulging. I don't understand. That is a stimulation. That's the food chain. That is the indulgence of them. Parents are feeding what? Somarasa and all healthy? No. Feed as much as you can. Entire food chain contaminated. Milk too, and chicken is a dirty chicken too. Is there anything free from the hormones? Android receptors for you to. Zero resistance is what? If the cell vanishes, there is no resistance, no? They said, we killed all the cells over, zero resistance. Then why any yoga is required? By default, that only happens. Isn't it? DNA executing, killing itself, that's called cancer. Already our metabolism has come down. Aging means what? The death of the cells. Isn't it? So what is yoga program then? What is this contraction then? Why contraction is required? First, to stop the program of the death. Why mitochondria is dying? Already there is no mitochondria. Then how you will become healthy, tell me? Then how you have to build mitochondria? How you will build mitochondria? In zero resistance, mitochondria automatically will be built up. No. Mitochondria to build means a new. Your DNA has to execute a new growth program, but it is executing the death program right now. It has to execute a growth program. To execute a growth program, it needs a nutrition. It has to get a signal. And what executes its growth program is android receptor. Android receptor is dying. And so cell is naturally, DNA is not getting the stimulus from android receptor. So that's why DNA is if it is not getting stimulus from the android receptor, so DNA will only kill the cell. Why android receptor is not executed? Why it's not stimulated? Because there is no pain. The only way the android receptor gets activated is by the growth hormone. By only way growth hormone gets secreted is by immune response. But the only way the immune response will come only with the inflammation. Why? There is no inflammation. Inflammation is removed. That's why cell to survive, stress is required. So cell is producing inflammation by killing. The cell is killing its own organ and producing the stress and to survive. That's called a senescence. Do you understand? Without the stress, cell can't survive. So when you don't create any stress, when you don't activate the stress, not this stress which is killing, if you don't apply any force, you are not plowing the field today. You are not carrying the bags on your back. Entire life, as I told you, you are not struggling for a breakfast. The physical labor has become zero. The mental torture has become 100%. So all cell killing program we are executing. Cell building program is when you do physical labor. That pain, only contraction triggers the android receptor. The only way the android receptor gets activated is by exercise. Physical labor, not the mental torture. Mental torture will further inactivate the android receptor. Understood? So what is that pain? Contraction. Right now your mind is contracting the cell to kill it. Why mind is contracting? Because body is stopped contracting. Something has to contract for survival. If the body contracts, mind doesn't contract. A boy working in the field 24/7. A boy studying between the four walls, a boy working plowing in the field, morning to evening. Which boy will have a strong mind? Which boy will have a positive mind? Which boy will have a negative mind? Which boy is weak? Is there any doubt? This poultry bird, the bird which is grown in between the four walls. A boy who is going into the field, morning to evening plowing, look at him. He will come back in the evening. He will say, Mom, can I help you in any way? He is not weak of any food available. Without any complaint, he will eat because he is feeling hungry. The problem is not for the boy who is working in the field, who is working in the street, morning to evening. The problem is the boy who stopped working, who is tortured all the time between the four walls. All his growth mechanisms vanished. With the result, stress. Cell has to contract. Cell is contracting, but not android receptor. Cell is contracting. Yes, it is releasing lactic acid, but lactic acid cannot be built. There is nothing, neither nutrition is there, nor anything is there. It is killing him. That's all. That's called stress killing him. If you don't create a stress, a programmed stress, by default stress is created for the cell survival. And it will kill the cell. If you engineer a stress, it will help in growing the cell. The death of the cell by default happens by contracting. That's by stress. That's by reaction. The only way to reverse is a programmed anabolic action. By default, as I told you, morning to evening, your body is already, your cell is dying. Stress. Morning to evening, already there is a tension in your cell, as I told you. Why? Because the reaction, you are reacting. That is why you are reacting. What is making you? Your DNA is making you to react. Why? Because it needs contraction. It needs a stress. Without stress. But this stress, lactic acid is produced. But this lactic acid, is it getting converted into immune response? Is it getting converted into a growth response? Can the lactic acid build a new cell, a new mitochondria? Because there are many chain of events required for the growth. So, if the lactic acid is not converted into a growth, so the lactic acid only will kill. So that's called a metabolic disorder. That's called lack of anabolic action. That is anabolic action executed by the mind, not anabolic action executed by the body. So what is anabolic action? Contraction. What is catabolism? Expansion of the cell. To that extent, we understood. Anabolic means activating your android receptor, communicating to the DNA, right? Is that the story? Yes. But before even anabolic action means activating the android receptor. But before activating android receptor, what is the mechanism involved? How come when android receptor will get activated first of all? Why right now it is not getting activated? The only way before android receptor gets activated, this is the growth hormone. Android receptor gets activated when conditions apply. What are the conditions? Any inflammation, So any contraction is any contraction anabolic. Any contraction, what this contraction is doing? This contraction ruptures the cell membrane. whether by mental stress, where is the physical stress, it ruptures the cell membrane. Cell membrane is having, it ruptures, nothing but a contraction is a mechanism. Whether you are doing exercise, whether you don't do exercise, cell will survive only by that mechanism, by contraction. Understand? For cell to survive, it has to contract, otherwise it will not live. The contraction, if you don't contract it, mind will contract it, called a reaction, to kill you, to execute the program of not the growth program, but death program. Why? Because that's what, when you say, I have a pain here, I have a pain, what information does it go? Cell membrane is ruptured. It is full of dirty lipid molecules, lipoproteins, dirty lipids. These lipids are producing arachidonic acid, producing lactic acid. The lactic acid is killing. It is lowering the metabolism. It's converting cell into cytoplasm, converting cell into acidic, lowering the cell potential. And thereby mitochondria is getting killed. Everything, every organelle one after the other getting killed in the cell. The cells, the debris, the cell organelle died inside, becoming a debris. And you are adding additional debris, junk food. And further, cell has become a garbage bin. Instead of becoming a clean place, a palace, it is becoming a garbage bin. That's what is called colorectal cancer to every cancer. The root cause of every damn metabolic problem is called a cell detoxification is not able to execute. Cell is already cell occupied. 50% of the cell is occupied with the debris itself. That's why in order to handle the debris, the cell DNA is not getting the time. That's why it is executing the death program. The amount of the garbage accumulated is very high in the cell. That's why cell is executing its death program. Why? Because cell is full of the garbage. In order to survive, it has to kill. Instead of getting killed by the debris, it will kill itself. That's called apoptosis. In order to handle the debris, less debris, accommodate less debris, cell has to shrink. Because cell debris clearing program enzymes are not there. The amount of the debris dumped is very, very high. Cell is not getting the time to clear its debris. The amount morning breakfast, afternoon lunch, evening dinner, and no physical work. So the amount of the debris accumulated inside the cell is very high. The metabolism has come down means the cell volume has come down. Why cell volume has come down? Because it is filled with the debris. Instead of filling with the mitochondria, it is filled with the debris. That is the discovery of 3 Nobel Prizes called proteasome, autophagy, and lysosome. 3 Nobel Prizes all time. Why metabolic disorder? Why there is a disease? Why we are dying? They have found actually the dumping is very high, and never in the history of human history, never we dumped so much of food. Cell always has to only 1 meal a day, or maximum twice a day, like any other species. And so cell has ample time to, so whatever the food is, completely to utilize the carbohydrate and fat, and whatever the debris, whatever the protein generated in the process of metabolism, catabolism, and all that protein, cell has ample time to process it and to convert it into the peptide, so that anti-aging, so it could support the cell survival mechanism. Now, there is no time to convert the dead cell debris into the peptide because a new food is given. First of all, the requirement of the energy has come down. Cell is telling you to clean it, and you are dumping from the top instead of cleaning the mess inside. the signaling between the DNA and brain. So cell is dying for the replication. When it dies, the debris is created. The debris has to be again converted into the peptide. It will be converted into the peptide provided it has enough time body, a cell requires to rest and to clean it. Before even cleaning, you dump. Your house is there, and before even you clean, all the windows are open, dust is coming. You go on adding. Will ever cleaning will be finished? I go on washing my cloth, go on dumping, you are spraying mud on my shirt, I go on brushing my cloth. Will I ever be able to clean myself, my shirt? Not possible. Same thing happening. All these Nobel Prizes are fasting. Nowadays everyone talks intermediate fasting. From where this word came, fasting? Why fast? Fasting is to clear the cell debris. That is only the way to clear the cell debris. The cell debris is so high, the cell is not getting the time. For the cell to rejuvenate first, to clear the debris, you stop adding first. That's called fasting. I'm not going into those fundamentals of this, but you need to know what cell is doing. Why cell is in a mess? Why debris is accumulated? All the Nobel Prizes for the discovery of proteasome, autophagy. Autophagy is the greatest discovery that got a Nobel Prize. Allowing the cell, giving a time to the cell. Cell has the capacity to repair, rejuvenate, provided you give enough time to cell. You stop adding the garbage and you give enough time, so then cell existing retrieval, enzymes will be gradually restored. Then it starts clearing the existing mess. Cell has a capacity to clear certain load every day. It is capable of handling certain carbohydrate. Is your cell designed for carbohydrate, frankly speaking? Fat or protein? Your cell is designed to handle the protein and the fat, then the carbs. Carbs only based on the activity involved. Now the amount of the carbs we pump in, the amount of the fat we pump in, never in the history of a human, never happened. It is designed per day, so the protein almost in the diet is only 70% is a protein. And fat is only less than 5% is a fat. Fat coming from the natural sources only 15%. Only 15% is the carbs for a long time. And now our diet contains 80% carbs, excess fats, excess carbs, and then it contains 20%, almost 20% fat. Protein is zero. Or you give a protein coupled with fat, saturated fat, defective protein, non-vegetarian. Is this protein is pure? No, it is with the lipids. That is a discovery, the modern, all the lifestyle diseases, especially the cancer in the non-vegetarian. The cancer, why is the cancer? The Budwig, the German scientist, the Budwig discovered this eating non-vegetarian is problem is eating non-vegetarian for a protein is a mistaken concept. The problem is the defective protein. Why is it defective protein? Because in the non-vegetarian, especially the modern chicken and especially the modern beef, the farm-grown animals, contaminated animals, the problem is the bad fats coupled with the proteins. This is the dangerous. This is creating defective proteins. These defective proteins, defective lipoproteins, these defective lipoproteins are the root cause of every damn disease you call. Your knee problem to your diabetes to your hypertension to your obesity to cancer to every damn problem. The reason is a bad lipids. Ice cream is one of the worst bad lipoprotein. In fact, it's only bad lipid. Forget about the protein in that. Cheese, you have dirty cheese, you have dirty butter, bread, and wrong combinations, and the chicken in India, All these are. There is a vegetarian, non-vegetarian, and I tell you, how much I adore, she's a biochemist, she's a chemist. There is a called Budwig protocol, so where the flax seeds are, and she discovered, flax seeds, a healthy fat, source of healthy fat. And then cheese, cottage cheese, as a source of protein. And then grinding them together, in a grinder, and drinking it together because of the sulfur to generate oxygen carrying the sulfur. Number one, to generate good lipoproteins, to replace bad lipoproteins as a cure for cancer to everything. The combination of the lipids, which lipids you are combining with which proteins. The most important is, in your non-vegetarian dish, which oil you are dumping. Especially protein combination with fat, which kind of the fat molecules you are combining with the protein. Right now, every disease is because of the bad combination, worst combination. Every disease because of bad lipoprotein, defective lipoproteins, a saturated lipids, a long chain lipids, without any double band, single chain lipids. They are completely taking away the life. It is not your non-vegetarian. It's a question of, non-scientific protein it is. Unscientific combination. Bad lipid combined with a bad protein. Your high triglycerides indicate how much bad protein is accumulating, how your liver is not able to convert thyroid, how your liver is not able to produce vitamin C, how your liver is not able to produce vitamin C. You have to give additionally. It has to use that vitamin C. You have to give additionally. There is no vitamin C. How your liver is not able to produce good cholesterol. Instead of it becoming bad cholesterol. To produce a good cholesterol, it has to have good lipids and good proteins. Both are important. Good protein is very, very important to produce good cholesterol. By taking simply a good cholesterol, your protein, your HDL will never increase, remember. You must increase a protein. Collagen is depriving. Pure collagen is depriving. Pure protein is depriving. With the result, the bad combination of fats and the protein in the form of non-vegetarian or vegetarian, in the form of a cheese or a butter, in the form of all these things, with the result, your liver is developing a fatty liver syndrome, or your liver is producing more bad cholesterol, or advanced glycated end products at the end. Cancer. Cancer is nothing but, that's what Budwig discovered, nothing but accumulated negative lipoprotein, bad lipoproteins in the cell, killing the cell. Understand? So to go to that level of understanding, so we have to be extraordinarily careful of your cell membrane right now with the bad fats or good fats. The problem is myosin. Mucin, your cell is already occupied with the plastic, bad fat. Your cell membrane right now is having bad fat. So when your tension, anxiety, when actually cell is contracting, what it is releasing? These bad fats bad lipoproteins it is releasing. With the result, and lactic acid is produced and the lipoproteins are further dumped. With the result, the cell is dying. So for you to lead a healthy life means what kind of, now whatever the new cell is generated, every cell is having cell membrane. Are you giving bad fats still? You continue to give bad fats or good fats? Number one. If exercise, you keep it aside first. Your cell membrane releases the lactic acid. What is there in the cell membrane? That is released inside. A lipase, phospholipase is the enzyme. So when you exercise, any contraction of the tension, anxiety or exercise, it is nothing but a rupture in the cell membrane. When cell membrane is ruptured virtually what happened? By tension you released. So only the thing released is the cell lipids, cell lipoproteins. These lipoproteins, when they are released, the lipids, bad lipoproteins released, defective proteins are released, toxins are released. That is what kills the cell. Our volunteers, are you hearing the mobile phone ring? Our volunteers sitting here very, very cautious, day by day, becoming more matured. They get very good karma, causing such a distraction in between the program to thousands of the people who watch this program. And when something goes wrong, they think why something is going wrong with us. But they do actions like this, in between walking out, and in between making the sounds, in between distracting oneself. Understand? That's how the Lucifer works. Lucifer enjoys every weakness, whatever the weakness can exist, it will play with it. It will say that the program of the Amen is stopped. At any cost, always Lucifer proves over the Amen. If he can't attack on someone, he will catch hold of the vulnerable person. That's what Lucifer does. Because Lucifer knows he can't stop me, so he has to catch hold of the volunteers and their weaknesses. And he will then catch upon their negligence, their weaknesses, everything, their inertia, and he will instill everything, a restless program, to every program he will try to execute. That's what the Lucifer job is all about. There is a cameraman going like this, or if the cameraman is not doing that, volunteer doing that, something or the other. So the check on the Lucifer. How long? Guru tries, Guru cautions all the time that he knows it is a Lucifer activity, but who has to prevent? The student with the devotion, with the sincerity. He has to. Now, yes, so cell is rupturing, any contraction. Cell rupturing is called anabolic, understand? So then only further down, first one is cell is ruptured. Every fellow going into the gym is rupturing the cell membrane rupturing. That is only the way to grow the cell. That is only the way by which we are killing the cell right now. Be clear. The only way you can get back You can grow the cell also only by ways cell rupturing, cell membrane. Exercise is nothing but a cell membrane rupturing, whether you are going for ultra marathon runner to heavyweight champion. Everything is nothing but every exercise, every sport, every soldier building, every yogi building is nothing but a cell rupturing program by contraction, concentric contraction. Means this. Isometric contraction, like holding it like this all the time. Or eccentric contraction, pulling like this. Not pushing, but pulling all the time. Eccentric contraction. Not pushing. Eccentric contraction. All this contraction is nothing but for the cell membrane rupturing. The first level is cell membrane rupturing. Yes, it is to design which kind of the cell you want to have. But that is further down the steps we decide. So what happens when you rupture the cell? A concentric rupture. The way you rupture, which pressure, which you are applying. Mind you are applying, you are getting killed. That's called aging. That part is over. That's called reaction. Anabolic reactions of the mind. Every mental reaction is nothing but an anabolic reaction that is executing the program of killing the cell and consuming enormous amount of nutrition, enormous amount of unnecessary immune response to contain your entire life is going only in handling this stress. You create a stress, your cell membrane ruptures, lactic acid is released, and again the immune response, and your entire repair response, your entire nutrition is going only for the damage done by your emotion. The damage done by watching the cell drama on the net, by playing the game on the net. For you it is exciting, but actually entire your nutrition, entire your cell is dying in combating the stress created by that. Rome is burning, you are dumping the fuel. That is called entertainment. That's called sensual indulgence. Understand? So I am talking about exercise rupture. So physical load, physical structure. Any mental load, any mental stress you create unknowingly, negative emotion, which is called reaction, watching a drama, getting excited with the hero, heroine, villain, whatever it is, all that is only killing you by default, remember. Entire your immune response, entire your growth, all that is to contain the damage done by that, your whole life is going, you are dying in the process. So cell contraction, exercise. Why exercise? The exercise is only the way to grow the cell. Why? How the cell will grow? With the new nuclei. Now, right now, your cell is executing the program of senescence. Senescence, called lack of nutrients, and a lack of immunity, lack of growth response, growth hormones, lack of nutrients. So right now, your cell is executing the program of the death, means killing the mitochondria and killing each one of those organelles, changing RNA program, changing the DNA program. Now, the contraction. The cell membrane contraction, called anabolic, in exercise, has two purposes. It is to release the arachidonic acid. What is this arachidonic acid? When your anabolic action, the cell membrane is having the lipids, the cell membrane, when it is attacked, when it is contracted, by means of concentric contraction, by means of isometric contraction, by means of eccentric contraction, the lipids are released. Just now I told you. The lipids released will convert. So the lipids convert the lipids into arachidonic acid, AA, and further AA down into prostaglandins, lactic acid prostaglandins. All these are inflammatory mechanisms. Each one of them have enormous effect. Not only that, but this arachidonic acid triggers two pathways. One is the prostaglandin synthesis. Another one is called heparocyte growth factor. This heparocyte growth factor in turn releases the cell membrane, under the cell membrane, or over the cell membrane, under cell membrane, called fibroblasts. Fibroblast cells are your stem cells, or over the cell membrane. But inside another membrane, if it is a muscle membrane, they are called satellite cells, or called adult stem cells. Adult stem cells. If it is a muscle, it is called satellite cells. If it is a muscle, they are called adult stem cells, or called satellite cells. Every muscle cell is having these satellite cells, adult stem cells. They only released when physically any contraction, physical contraction is done. There is a concentric contraction, there is an isometric contraction, where it is eccentric contraction. So your cell building program, the maximum cell building program or a maximum expansion of the cell, or a lean cell. Lean cell means more mitochondria, bulk muscle means less mitochondria. If you want to have more mitochondria, infinite metabolic capacity means you need to build only mitochondrial capacity. Boosting metabolism means building mitochondrial capacity. So in order to build mitochondrial capacity, which contraction will build highest number of, which contraction will lead to highest number of mitochondria? That's a question. Your energy is nothing but a mitochondria that we already discussed, ATP. More mitochondria, more ATP. More mitochondria, less consumption of the food, less consumption of oxygen. More mitochondria, more energy, more ATP. Efficient, we have more electrons. A yogi is nothing but an infinite, almost 25% of his cell is with the full of mitochondria, making beta oxidation and making electron transport system, making the energy available 24/7. Understand? So the purpose of contraction is for the highest mitochondria. Then only one contraction will lead to more mitochondria. Lifting the weights are called concentric contraction. Concentric contraction leads to very less, the lowest number of mitochondria. Lowest number of mitochondria, number one. And it builds the sarcomeres not in series but in concentric contraction. Only round muscle is built. A round muscle means more testosterone, less oxygen. Understand? More anabolic capacity means more testosterone capacity, more contraction. It leads to only power and strength, not for endurance. Understand? A isometric contraction. These days people talk too much about isometric exercise. Don't go insane. Next least amount of the oxygen. Next, this is the worst for building the oxygen capacity or conservation of the food or conservation of oxygen. That contraction, you have to consume the highest amount of the food, highest amount of oxygen means you will quickly die. Your suffering will be very high. You will grow the muscle. Growing the muscle is to increase oxygen consumption, demonic practices. Isometric contraction, on the contrary, it won't release many of the satellite cells. It won't build much of oxygen. eccentric stretch, pulling, the stretch of the pulling, not the pushing, eccentric stretch, eccentric contraction, releases the maximum number of, builds the highest level of mitochondria. Why? So your cell growth, your cell volume, or the mitochondrial population growth is directly proportional to the number of adult cells released. It is not just released, the number of satellite cells released, but the number of satellite cells released, not differentiation, means number of cells multiplied. Differentiation. So that's called, there are the 3 steps: cell activation, satellite cell activation, by rupture. How much rupture it is causing? The amount of the rupture directly proportional to the amount of the arachidonic acid released. The amount of arachidonic acid released is directly proportional to the satellite cell released. So the first step is satellite cell activation, then called multiplication, activation, and then comes proliferation, multiplication. All the adult cells, satellite cells, will give rise to daughter cells. The maximum number of the daughter cells, are generated. That's called highest level of proliferation. That is called only in eccentric contraction, the highest level of proliferation. The more daughters are produced means the adult cells, the daughter cells only will be part of the cell growth, not the mother cells. Mother cells again go back to again give rise to the daughter cells. So all that matters is the highest number of daughter cells. The cell proliferation is a very critical step. So your eccentric contraction will give rise to highest level of proliferation. Highest number of the eccentric contraction, like in yoga, a programmed, as I told you, for which purpose, how you are going to design your cell, what is the purpose of doing Rakshana Krama, what is the purpose of lifting the weights, what is the purpose of the leg presses, what is the purpose of this presses, what is the purpose of running jogging in the park. At the end, everything is a contraction. The purpose is to release the satellite cells. But the number of satellite cells are released, the question is for the highest level of the daughters. The highest number of the daughter cells released, the highest level of the cell growth, quickest way of the growing the cell. So for this to happen, only one contraction, that is called eccentric contraction. If some fool tells you isometric contraction, is only will actually raises the cell volume. No. Isometric contraction only limits the cell volume. It will never allow the cell volume to grow. Understand? And concentric contraction will grow the cell like this, depriving oxygen, not like this. Not the lean muscle, bulk muscle only. So, if you want to build more mitochondrial capacity, the more daughter cells are required. If you want to build this cell very quickly, lean muscle you want to build very quickly, arresting the death of the cell in the first place. In the second place, you want to multiply the lean muscle very quickly. You want to repair, rejuvenate, and replicate very quickly. Then you need to understand then the highest number of daughter cells you have to release. That's the reason the lipids which you take, not only the contraction, the nutrition, like we consume not flaxseed oil. Flaxseed oil perhaps better than a safflower oil. Why we consume safflower oil? Because safflower oil, the entire research shows safflower oil with the 80% of polyunsaturated fatty acids release the maximum amount of the cell proliferation, leads to the highest number of the cell proliferation, leads to highest release of satellite cells. That is the reason why on our website we sell, of course all other oils are there, But why I recommend for yoga student or for any person involved in the contraction, whether you're going to the gym, whether you're going in the park, whether you're doing a yoga, the only way quickly you can grow yourself is for you to have a highest level of cell proliferation, cell multiplication, highest number of daughter cells for the cell growth. The daughter cells to become a nuclei of the cell, a big cell, safflower oil. Sometimes even you have to supplement arachidonic acid. Every day 70 milligrams of arachidonic acid is required. If your oil is not in a position to produce arachidonic acid, you want to grow much quicker lean muscle, then you have to inject or you have to take arachidonic acid supplementation. Every sport person, every Olympic medal marathon runner, every fitness expert, every fitness seeker, otherwise, other than yoga or whatever it is, intelligent people always take arachidonic acid supplementation, matching their contraction, matching their workout. It is a must. Are you doing it in yoga? Are you doing it on your treadmill? How much arachidonic acid? Are you releasing arachidonic acid? Are you taking those lipids which are built in the cell membrane to release arachidonic acid? Are you sure? Whatever the oil you are consuming, is it programmed to release arachidonic acid when cell lipase when cell membrane is broken? Are you sure? You dummy. And you're thinking simply by running in the park and without even whatever the oil you consume, you think you can build a muscle? Yes, you will build. Just now I told you, a dirty muscle you will build, a bad muscle you will build. A muscle with a bad lipoprotein you will build. Understand? Yogis are not dummies. To talk about ahara, the food, poshaka ahara, about the nutrients, what oil you have to consume, it matters. Understand? Why in India safflower oil is given? Why in only one season only the safflower oil is produced in India? How premium it is. Where the flaxseed oil is used, it is used in the leather industry, not for the human consumption in India. Why they use the safflower oil? If the safflower oil is not available, then they went for sesame oil or coconut oil. Coconut oil is medium chain triglycerides. Excellent. But medium chain triglycerides have a different function to do. Not to do the function of releasing arachidonic acid. Arachidonic acid cannot be produced by a coconut. It is produced by only a safflower oil. Which lipids you take? Or you have to supplement arachidonic acid. The more intense workout you do, more arachidonic acid is required. More safflower oil you have to consume. Less workout means you are building very slowly. Very slowly you want to build. So arachidonic acid is not much required. So then any other oil will release very less amount of arachidonic acid. Understand, everything plays a role. You need to know the science behind a yoga at the deeper level. A science of fitness is not a fad just like that. Just by studying physiology doesn't help. You need to study the anabolics so depth. Science of the anabolics. What is the anabolic action? What it has to do? What it will do? An anabolic action. What are called anabolics? Which releases the highest number of a contraction, which releases the maximum number of satellite cells, which ruptures the cell in a particular direction in where the maximum number of adult cells are released, number one. Whatever the maximum number of adult cells is released, the maximum amount of multiplication, number two. Whatever the highest number of multiplication took place, the next step is converting all these daughter cells into a cell nuclei. converting that into building more mitochondria. Called differentiation, called protein synthesis. Converting whatever the number of daughter cells created and differentiation to make them part of your cell, to build the cell and cell organelle, and to linearly expand the cell by increasing the number of mitochondria, by increasing the number of nuclei, is called a differentiation. The entire contraction of the exercise is only for this, satellite cells, fibroblast cells. Every other organ other than the muscle, they are called fibroblast cells. Blast cells, in a nutshell, you call blast cells. Whether you take a bone, whether you take neuron, any cell you take, the cells of the blast means which only releases upon the blasting. Blasting, a guru is blasting your neuron cells. A guru is blasting. Why guru is blast? Only a guru is called who blasts. If a guru doesn't blast, he is not a guru. And if a mother is not blasting, she is not a mother. She is killing. A guru is killing by pampering the children. They are called, the very name of the cells is called a blast cells. The only way you can anti-age, the only way you can fight a disease, the only way you can grow immortal is by releasing the blast cell. The more blasting is required to release the more blast cells. They are called growth cells. They are called the triggers of the growth hormones. Fibroblast growth factor. Hundreds of varieties of fibroblast growth factors. Understand why a guru is not a dummy not to shout. A guru is a dummy if he doesn't shout. It is at the body level, at the mental level, the principles of building a cell, building a neuron, or building any cell only works. Only way your disease fighting ability will grow. Your disease fighting, whether it is pathogenic or non-pathogenic, whatever it is, only by release of the blast cells. Why they are called blast cells? Only by blasting they can be released. Understand? The name itself is a blast. Now the blasting stopped, pampering started. Oh, human is dying with a disease. Aging, that's called. That's called aging. And you don't like me talking like this, but that's only the way to make you grow. That is the science. Has that much sense to appreciate. It is not a guru is psychic or he has some problem at home and he can't shout at wife. That's why he is coming here and to shout at you. That's what you say, talk about your boss. No, he must have fought, at home. That's why he is expressing all his emotion here, you will say, in the workplace, isn't it? You dummy fella, your guru is not like that. Understand, no guru is like that, a true guru. A guru is called guru only when he blasts, simple. A mother is called a mother only when she blasts. The day a mother doesn't blast, a guru doesn't blast, to release your blast cells. Every technology in India, every punishment given to us in the school, in the traditional schools, is nothing but a sitting to the wall 1 hour like this and going down like this, morning to evening. Every mistake we did, we went on doing like this, whole day. I was so, my knees are aching so, damn fellow, come on, keep doing. How many times you are given this punishment in yoga school? How many times you are given this punishment in the yoga school? How many times you did this in your school, in your yoga school? Your guru has given you punishment. This punishment. Because I have not given this, my volunteers are doing the mistakes. Had they got this punishment, they would never do a mistake. They have not been given this punishment. I only regret why I am not giving this punishment to my volunteers. I should have given punishment to my volunteers to sit like this. Every mistake they have done, they have to sit like this. It is easy punishment. Tough punishment means you have to sit like no hands. Every punishment, every mistake you do that. Think Dr. Kumar has given you that punishment. Every time you break your yama, impose this punishment on you. I can 100% tell you, very soon you will become a yogi. Indian culture is not a vultures program. It is a self-building program. To the highest level of science explored. How many muscles are involved in this? Entire science is involved. You want to understand entire science of biomechanics in this. Every muscle you study, agonistic action, antagonistic action of this. You will see there is no powerful exercise than that. It is a punishment given to every child in India, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Now, Kashmir to Kanyakumari in India, no one will give this punishment. If by mistake any teacher gives a punishment, next day all the parents will go and punish the teacher. Will sit upon the management until the teacher is terminated from the school. The damn culture. That's where is the respect for the gurus? Where is the respect for the teachers? That's why your children are spoiled completely. Sparing the rod, spoiling the child. Who said? In India there is no such a thing. If you don't spare a rod, you are spoiling the child. That is the story in India. The damn fellow who doesn't know the meaning of it, the growth of it, the shaping of it, the number of satellite cells involved in it, blasters released. He killed his immunity. He killed his growth. He killed everything. A mother who is stupid pampers the child. A grandparent who is stupid will entertain the grandchildren. Never in our childhood it happened. Before you even stretch, Rakshanakrama means strength training. What is the strength training? What are the mechanisms involved in it? Otherwise you still you will end up in a gym pulling the weights. Even in the name of yoga, and you start lifting the weights. You dummy fellow. And someone tells you isometric exercise is better, go on doing isometric. As if in yoga there is no isometric. In yoga, everything is a perfect orchestra between a concentric contraction, between an isometric contraction, and between an eccentric contraction. Finest balance. That's how the pace of yoga is. That's how the duration of a posture is all about. Have you understood? Why you have to be in warrior pose 3 like this? How long you have to stay like this? How long you have to stay like this? How long you have to stay like that? Why that isometric contraction? Why only in that balanced posture? You dummy fella, simply you think by doing warrior pose like this? What is this posture? What are you doing in this posture? Which cells you are blasting? How much time you have to stay? Why you have to stay? Why you have to move like this in vinyasa? Why you have to move like this? If you don't move, what happens? Do you think it is like an Iyengar posture like this, simply? A static posture? Or is it like Krishnamacharya's vinyasa, it is like this, going like this, and going like this, performing like this? entirely different if you do like this and stay there. Or you do in vinyasa like this, you go like this, and you take like this, you go like this. That's called eccentric contraction. Vinyasa is nothing but a flow of eccentric contractions to build your lean muscle. In yoga, static posture means killing yourself. Isometric or concentric contraction it becomes. Exactly killing yourself. That's how vinyasa stands out by all means over any other yoga. It's all about flow. It's all about a systematic way of releasing your satellite cells. A systematic way of activating them, multiplying them. That is the purpose of vinyasa. To maintain continuous eccentric contraction, to continuously release satellite cells and to continuously multiply at much higher rate, to build infinite metabolic capacity. That's only the purpose of doing vinyasa. Everything. A rakshana krama means, a shikshana krama means just achieving it. How much duration you have to stay, what contraction you are causing, how you are moving, how you are flowing. A foolish person in vinyasa stays in a concentric contraction for a long time, wasting his time. Understand? Why? Have you seen A.G. Mohan, one of his senior students? The difference between him and the difference between Krishnamacharya. The one who spent a lot of time, Srivastava Ramaswamy, the two students. Observe. They are not like, forget about Iyengar and forget about now coming to own disciples of Krishnamacharya. Let's talk about what is Krishnamacharya body, what is his student. None of his students' body matches nowhere to Krishnamacharya. Why? You need to understand the style, the duration, a flow of eccentric stretches. Maintaining it is called a vinyasa. It is a flow. Flow of what? Concentric? Concentric duration should be the very lowest. Then isometric. The longest duration in your sequence should remain as a flow. Movement, eccentric. 80% of your contraction has to be eccentric. 15% of contraction has to be isometric. 5% of the contraction has to be concentric. This is called a vinyasa. If that is not happening, it's not a vinyasa. Are you doing that? Why 80% eccentric? Because what is the purpose of yoga? Who is a yogi? Yogi is the one who has infinite metabolic capacity, who consumes less, who produces enormous energy. Morning to evening, bubbling with energy. Just a glass of milk is enough. Ketogenic. Whose body is ketogenic? That is the purpose of yoga. Purpose of yoga is not to consume more, to conserve to the highest, to consume the lowest. That is only the scale on which your performance of vinyasa, your performance of yoga is monitored. Understand? Simply, because it's a public workshop and I make you like roll and come on, let's stretch. for the name and fame, simply stretching the body is not the goal of yoga. Understanding the mechanisms is the job of even Krishnamacharya students could not understand what Krishnamacharya is talking about. It is my responsibility when I talk about as a student of Krishnamacharya to tell you what exactly Krishnamacharya meant to. Each one of these kramas, when you expand what it means, a fitness, to make you realize yoga is not for dummies. Yoga is for a people with the wisdom. A guru is the highest wisdom, a highest understanding of the skill, not simply jumping to teach yoga like a stupids. Without understanding the mechanisms, you become a yoga teacher. Means you are shaping someone's muscle. Do you understand? Someone's metabolism you are shaping. Either for a worst animal or for the best yoga. Do you have a right? Whatever so far you caused is for not for creating a demon? Are you sure you did 80% of eccentric and 15% isometric and 5% you have done a concentric? Is that your yoga is all about? That's why the fault of yoga gurus and yoga spreading like this, it is killing the yoga. That's why Krishnamacharya never came out. The way Iyengar killed it, the way Pattabhija has killed it. Heartbroken, dead. The blunders done by his own disciples, not anyone else. You also will be like that, on my back. You know? Whether you go on back or not, but first let me tell you what's on my back. So much to understand. If you don't understand these fundamental principles, there is a question of doing asana in a scientific way, in a yogic way. Astitva it's called. It's the most scientific way. Yoga is not Gnostic, a delusion. Believers are called Gnostika. Yoga is not believing, yoga is doing it scientifically. Understand the science behind it, step by step, step by step. That's where yogis are rare to find. Not like in India, you say, oh, I have yoga in my gully, in my street. Every street has a yoga guru. A yoga guru keeping the board. Why in Himalayas one ran into, am I crazy? Because I am a dull student, I run from ashram to ashram, a guru to guru, dullest. I am a dummy. You are smart. Gurus will come at your doorstep. I am fool to go in search of the gurus, isn't it? I am very happy, Mr. Kumar. Oh, I know yoga. I am happy with my yoga teacher, Mr. Kumar. I am very happy. The one who satisfies your psyche like a cinema actress, a cinema hero, like your favorite author of a book. I am very happy. As if you have become a yogi. Introducing you to the concepts of each of the kramas is not easy. In whole life, Krishnamacharya tried his best to do that. But how much he felt, he said, I have failed to actually to educate the people about what this vinyasa is all about. Each one of these kramas is all about. The dummies, Mr. Kumar. You tell them, they can't understand, they can't grasp. They can't grasp. Yeah, you can see any of other Krishnamacharya students talking about these gramas, in what sense they are talking, like a parrot. What Krishnamacharya said is 100% truth. Like Buddha said, except my chief disciple Sariputta, no one can understand the depth of what I say, the logic of what I say, called dharma. You fools, you think you are understanding, but at what level you are understanding, I know. That's what Buddha said always. He said, for you to understand a Buddha, either you have to be a Buddha, or near to understanding, you have to be like my chief disciple, like a Sariputta. Otherwise, you can never understand. That's what I see in Shankaracharya. That's what I see in Krishnamacharya. That's what I see in Dr. Kuppuswami Iyengar. Of course, all his students, all my gurus, and who are the direct disciples of Kuppuswami Iyengar, Shivananda, they all said the limitation, they could not compare themselves with Dr. Kuppuswami Iyengar. They could not. They said they felt very insufficient, incapacitated to teach, to represent Shivananda. The gamut of, don't look at Shivananda who became, fat and all at one age. Understand, the young Shivananda is different. Why? Maybe he is fat. Have you seen when he jumped? Like a Tibetan, he has become a Tibetan Lama basically. Like every Tibetan Lama is a fat. His fatness is a fad. Understand? His eyes, super light eyes. He can jump 2 meters of height. You should look at his jovialness and you should look at, his mind broadness, infinite capacity of his heart and soul. Only 5% of the world today practices his tradition, but in the name of his tradition, but no one practices him. So-called Nayardam. Nayardam yoga is far away from Shivananda yoga. Krishnamacharya yoga, the way it is practiced, called Vinaya yoga, far away from what Krishnamacharya wanted. He never wanted it to, but he was convinced to create one. Something is better than nothing. That's all. Something is better than nothing. A severe compromise in sustaining the tradition. But there is no other go for Krishnamacharya. When I remember these gurus, only I get tears in my eyes. How long it will continue? Understand. When we are here, each one of us, murdering it and killing it in our completely deluded, authentic ways of deluded killing. What is the story now? What membrane, what contraction leads to highest number of mitochondria? But it is not simply you do eccentric contraction flow and your satellite cells gets proliferated and differentiated and your cell will grow like this. All that will happen. Intense nutrients are involved. Gamut of enzymes involved. Every response, it's a nutrient intensive process. You need to understand it is not only an eccentric, but it's a very, very nutrient intensive process. That's why a yogi who is in this process of building, restrained from any indulgence, sensual indulgence called aparigraha, to conserve the nutrition to utmost, only allowing these nutrients to build the cell. They are disengaged from every other activity that curtails the cell growth. That's why they are strictly disciplined with respect to niyama, yama, niyama, not generating any emotion, not consuming any extra electrons, any extra oxygen, any extra unnecessary consumption, not adding any dirt into the system. A yoga practice seeker has to be extraordinarily cautious in the first place. That's why they are cautioned about first the Dhauti practices, Kriya Yoga practice, the cleansing techniques of the Kriyas, Dhautis, to keep your system clean, to prepare this body for doing the vinyasa. A clean body is given for an asana, not like the dirty body is given for asana. Enzymes are already restored by means of every yoga practice of course, cleansing practices, detoxification pathways, like the modern Nobel Prize is given for cell detoxification. Without detoxification, without restoring your cell, without clearing the cell debris, no one taught any asana first of all. Understand? No one taught any asana. Without restricting the principles of yama niyama, without stopping the brake to generating negative emotions, every mechanism that is involved, a yogi in the making, a cell of infinite energy created, everything is 100% strictly ensured. Strictly, it is strictly enforced. Do you understand? Strictly enforced. That's called a discipline. That's called a ashram. Uncompromising is the ashram. Uncompromised is the discipline. Never allowed is any violation of any code of conduct that will increase your consumption of oxygen or that will contaminate your mind and body system. That is a robust yogic system. Neither cleansing techniques are practiced properly, nor restraining with respect to the food is maintained, nor a scientific aspects of the diet is maintained, nor scientific aspects of doing asana is understood. And how come a yogi is born? How come a yogi is in the making? Is it possible? Can't you see now? As I explained, who is a yogi and how difficult to create a yogi cell? Are you that scrupulous? The one who is scrupulous is called a seeker. The one who is scrupulous is called a yogi in the making. Are you? We stupid indulgence. In the morning you do yoga, evening you watch a drama on the TV. Yoga has become a drama, entertainment, indulgence, and you expect your cell to become a yogic cell? Why, Mr. Kumar, still I have a tendency to eat more? If you understand the principles of yoga, laid down by those scientists, they are not mad at you, or they are not sadistic to tell you, stop this, and blast like this. They are not sadists. They are concerned more than your mother. Your mother is not educated about any of this, but Guru is educated. His Guru's job is to tell you, to care you. For a dumb is Guru is a blind devotion. For one with the person is not Guru explains, he is understood. At all levels. For dumb he is a God. For people with the wisdom, he is a scientist. That's only the difference. Where you fit in. Neither at that end nor at this end. Every word I tell to my volunteers, their facial expression changes, their mood changes, The biochemical pathway changes. Is that what my volunteer meant to achieve after all years of the practice? Understand. So till Shivaratri, chiseling will be there. Shivaratri means only that. Your teacher will be a Rudra, means like a Shiva. Shiva is known for what? Chiseling, breaking your sheaths of ignorance. With the drum, his voice is like a drum beat. He will dance upon where Kali danced upon a Rakshasa. On your evil personality, your Guru dances to kill it, to bring up that human in him. Understand? That is the Shivaratri, the great grand night it is of realization. Understand? Understand every principle. Yes, I am trying to make it simpler, explaining it to you many ways, which stretch it is, what it is, which stretch, why. And nutrient, the chain of nutrients involved in that, do you know? Everything you keep it inside, it matters. It's not that you eat anything, you can grow a yogic cell, not possible. You have to be extraordinarily cautious. Whatever the nutrition created will tell when you watch me what kind of understanding should be there between every step of the self-purification to self-repair to self-maintenance to self-servicing to self-replication to a self-growth. Self-rejuvenation to self-growth. What kind of the nutrients is required at each one of those stages. I have not even come to the level of android receptor activation. Where we are only at a satellite cell release. We are only at a cell membrane rupture. How you are rupturing the membrane? Is it by mind, or is it by concentric, or is it by isometric, or is it by eccentric? What should be? You should tell me, not I should tell you now. What should be? Why it should be? Which contraction, how much time it should be? And what nutrients play a role. Also very important for you to understand and appreciate. Yoga is not for dummies. Yes, it's for the dummies who are devoted to the Guru. That's all. But yogis who is gurus are not dummies, remember. Yes, they taught everyone. Every dummy in yoga for a guru is a devotee called. Every person with the highest wisdom, a student, as I told you, is simply unquestionable. He is always in 100% gratitude, completely surrendered, ready to take any kind of pain. Appreciation for the wisdom of the Guru at the highest level, always feeling incapacitated. With every Guru I spent, always I felt how insufficient I am. Looking at each one of those exemplary qualities, we should feel. All our qualities go haywire in front of each one of those Gurus. And their sacrifices, as sacrifice of a Shivananda, can you tell? Have you ever understood what is Shivananda, what is Kuppaswami Iyengar, what his sacrifice is all about? Why he is great? Why Shankaracharya is great? Why Patanjali is great? That is the lineage, my dear. Why Krishnamacharya is great? The more I explain, your respect for them will grow. I'm not building my figure here. I'm building Krishnamacharya figure. I'm building Patanjali figure. They are the people to be respected for what they are supposed to be. They are the noble economists. The world best economist prize they deserve because they conserve energy 100%. A clerk can never understand. An ordinary commerce fellow, graduate fellow can never understand. Only a person at that level, London School of Economics, doing a postdoctoral research can appreciate, can understand. Why a Nobel Prize given in economics? The one who does postdoctoral research in London School of Economics can understand. No one can understand. He can appreciate. No one can appreciate. To appreciate Manmohan Singh, our Prime Minister, to appreciate Amartya Sen. If India only can appreciate, why would have dumped them, tell me? Why they would be recognized by someone else, not by us? That indicates at what level the stupid Indians are, to whom they adore. The field of yoga is no exception. Instead of feeling bored, instead of shunning the program, understand, no one will explain. Listen every day, every word spoken, every sentence. It is for your own good. Understand the basic fundamental aspects of building yourself. Building yourself, you remain strong, no one else. As I told, a weak person reacts. A weak person blames someone for his misery. A weak person blames God. A strong person appreciates. He only has appreciation. He only has a gratitude. That's all. That's only the difference between a strong person overwhelmed with the gratitude to the God, to everyone, all the time, is called a yogi. A weak person in grudge of everything, blaming everyone, including the God, he is the weakest being. He should realize, instead of becoming strong, building the grudge, he is further killing oneself, ending up in the hell. Yoga is for the weak-hearted. To become a weak, yoga may be for the weak-hearted, but to become a strong, independent, not vulnerable by anything else. So what is non-vulnerability? The mechanisms of building and non-vulnerability, what are the mechanisms of defining the strength or a strong? Are you one? Like myself, whatever I explain, each one of my cell will tell. Understand? Is your cell tells? Or tells you something different story? In terms of consumption, in terms of your lightness, in terms of that infinite capacity of energy. That's why you have to follow. Understood? It is not arrogance. Always understand it is an anguish. It is an anguish. As I told you, no mother will take any pleasure in correcting the child, in shouting at the child. She feels very vulnerable. But for a child, she looks very arrogant. And for mother, she knows why she has to be arrogant. So also Guru. A student means what? Either any gender, either any age, varnam varchitam. You have to leave everything behind. In the spirituality, a guru means you have to leave, you have to forget what you are. Then only you can be shaped. Everything is left behind. Understood? If you don't leave behind, you suffer. Your ego suffers enormously. Everything, your sex, your socio-economic status, your experience, you will learn, everything you have to dump. You have to be empty. That's the first criteria. I thought of giving today eccentric stretches on Rakshana Krama, but eccentric capacity building, but the thing is, I am saying what is important. Anabolic action is not yet finished. Anabolic means cell rupture. The mechanisms of the cell rupture. Why anabolic is required. Now you start understanding how the android receptors gets activated. In between what happens? What is the inflammatory response we are discussing? Next followed by interleukin response. Your defensive system at play, your immune response, then followed by growth response. Growth response already started. Here the eccentric stretch is the one to cause an injury, a particular kind of the injury to rupture like this, cell membrane in a special way so that the maximum number of satellite cells are released. That hormone involved in releasing the maximum amount of the satellite cells release in eccentric stretch called heparocyte growth factor that is released simultaneously along with the arachidonic acid, along with the prostaglandins. Prostaglandins one side, heparocyte growth factor one side. This has a different function. These have a different function. These will elicit immune response. They will respond, inflammation response, and this HGF will does cell activation, adult stem cell. As I told you, yoga is not just for a muscle. It is for every organ. It is for 70 trillion cells. Every cell has stem cells, not just only a muscle cell. They are called different names. You can rebuild your bone. You can repair your cartilage. You can rebuild your retina. You can regrow your retina. Everything you can do in your body. Every cell has a stem cell in it. Your job is to know how to blast them and how to convert that blast into a growth. It's a programmed blast. Unprogrammed blast means Naxalites, terrorists. People get killed. A yoga is a programmed blast. So you know what is the purpose of blasting a stone, what is the purpose of blasting a building. To conserve the energy, how to collapse it, not causing any damage, but only for the growth, for a new building. Yet the blasting is for the new building. Understand? If you don't know how to blast only devastation. Exercise is only a devastation. It's all about knowing a programmed blasting. Anabolic means a programmed blasting. a programmed rupture, a programmed blast. You are in full control of the release of the blood cells and converting the blood cells into a cell growth. It is not in the studies, in the books you studied, my dear. It is a life. It is a way to build. Yoga is the way practically to build, practically to experience it. Pratyaksha, experiencing it, practically doing it. It is not in a medical book. What will you get? All the nutrients, all those workouts, all those methodologies, we are discussing practically to do it, to achieve it. Remember, it is not an overnight journey. The depth of understanding is that continue to make journey. Iyengar should not have started his own, should have continued, should have pleaded Krishnamacharya, should have stick to Krishnamacharya until he was authorized. Understand? Instead of going impatient, instead of thinking oneself, oh, I already understood, instead of blaming the Guru that he will never make me one. Yes, he will never make you one. If you are not at that level. If you are not at that level means you are killing, otherwise you are killing yoga. That's what Krishnamacharya meant. Until your Guru will tell you, if you are trying to do on your own means it's the same thing, that is you are not eligible to do it. That is killing yoga. You are becoming a part of killing part of yoga, which your Guru is not allowing you to do it. Understand? That's what Krishnamacharya never wanted it to happen. So that's for the day today. It's quite intense talk, but everything is the truth. True stories. Have you seen true war stories? How devastating. Any true dramas? How devastating. They're not like Avatar movie or a Matrix movie. Every movie made in an Afghan between Taliban and others. Everything rolls down your ears. You can see the horror. You can see how difficult of the war is, the real war is. How difficult a real yogi in building it is. What war that Krishna is talking Arjuna to reach. Understand. There is a respect a yogi earned for conquering that war and for training someone to win the war with him. Jihad-e Akbar. Raise, as Vivekananda said, raise to that level, my dear, raise to that level. Understand, time to raise, time to open your eyes, time to open your wisdom eye, raise to the expectations of a Guru, stand to the expectations of a Guru, and work hard. Never give up upon a Guru who is never satisfied. Understand? Guru should never be satisfied. You should never stop raising yourself up, trying to catch. If you stop to raise, then you die. That is called a bad student. As long as you continue to raise, never give up. You are a good student. Understand? Every blast you enjoy and you raise, Oh, the blast! You are growing, growing. Because neurons over muscle cells, neuron over the rest of the body, very, very important. The methodology of teaching is that, as I told you. Blasting of the neurons, blasting of the cells. Directly, indirectly. Indirect way of blasting neurons by blasting the cells in the body. Directly blasting the cells by the Guru's voice. Everything is very, very important. Without blast cells, there is no immunity. Your disease conquering ability is zero. Do you know that? You are born osteoporosis. Osteocells are not blasted. Bone is dying. Have you seen that honey? Bone formula I am supposed to show you. Maybe tomorrow I will show. The latest bone formula. Dental formula. Have you seen? My gums are growing. And if never my gums have grown like this, the front. In 10 days, 15 days, my gums, you can see the new gum growing. Science works. Now all my gums from my childhood, I always damaged them. Now I can grow back within few days. I can see clearly the new gums forming. A strong gums, new gums forming and strong gums. All the damaged gums are slowly getting completely plugged in, repaired. The new, so cartilage, your bone, everything will be created new. It is a magic formula, as I told, no cancer, it is a medicine for all diseases, in a nutshell, but not for energy. Understand? It is a medicine. It is a supplement for all. It is a magic, I'm telling you. It doesn't cost much, half kg, hardly it costs. That's why sometimes some formulas are very simple. Not necessary that works, should be expensive. Yes, what builds the mechanism, the energy like a somarasa is expensive. Giving all the nutrients for this to, of course the nutrients play a role. But this new cartilage growing along with that is the expensive formula, the joint formula. But this formula is a magic. Unflavored, as I told, the production failure damaged it. But now, the second batch, absolutely it is. It will do very quick repair, rejuvenation. Every cell, it has the capacity to build, not just muscle, not just for the bone cartilage, your ligament too. Your every ligament, even you have a torn ligaments. Gum means the finest part of the muscle. If that is growing means rest everything can be repaired. Everything can be grown. Understood? Everything can be repaired. If you have to understand, so the principles behind takes time, but mouth pulling oil and this new formula, dental and bone building formula, it's not just simply Astika Dantamritam, simply a dental or a bone formula, but it is entire every cell disease curing program, detoxification program, slimming program. Apart from that, whatever I am going to give you is a different kinds of skin cream I will give. The all-in-one body wash it contains oils that are acidic in nature, so that to burn, to clear your lymphatic drainage system, very important is Your lymphatic drainage system under the skin, very, very important. The next all-in-one body wash and hair wash, ginger wash, all-in-one body wash. And the nutrition which I am giving you this, the latest nutrition, is for dissolving cellulite. You know cellulite? Everyone is worried about cellulite in the thighs, here and there. What dissolves the cellulite? You know your coffee somarasa which you are using. Excellent cellulite breaking nutrition it has. What you all have to do is, the next time giving you all-in-one, or whatever the skin cream you have, or whatever the body wash you have, or hair wash you have, dissolve coffee somarasa in it. In one bottle, one scoop you dissolve. It does what is the coffee? Coffee dissolves entire fat. It tones up the muscle. It makes the lymphatic drainage system empty. It drains it out completely. Max Gerson used it for emptying out the liver of the toxins. Now you can use it for the skin. You are using inside anyway, but use it for the skin. Instead of expecting me to mix and give you. I am giving you the clues. Including your skin cream, you can add it. Including your pain cream, you can add it. Including your shampoo, you can add it. Now the all-in-one I am going to give you must add into that. All-in-one is going to be citrus-based, understand. All the acidic, potent acidic essential oils it contains. So that orange peel oil too, lemon oil too, Java citronella oil too. They are the specific oils. Those oils are meant for cellular detoxification, skin detoxification, emptying out the. Have you seen your growths will come? Why the growths will come? Because your lymphatic drainage system, your cellulite is depositing, your debris is accumulating. So in that weeds are coming, any growths, eruptions on the skin, warts, everything, blackheads, whiteheads, and the red dots growing, warts growing, weeds growing. Why? Indicates your hypodermis is up to hypodermis contamination. Keratin, epidermis, dermis, hypodermis, going below that only will happen. Cellulite is there. And below that you have to cleanse it, detox it completely, means you have to scrub it. Only citrus will do it. What you have not heard so far outside, in the Google pages you won't get this. Citrus oils. So what all-in-one I am going to give you is, this is all-in-one hand wash, body wash, hair wash. Kara Kaya Kesha or Kesha Kaya Kara. Hair, hand, body wash is a citrus to clear, to empty out your lymphatic drainage system, plus to dissolve your cellulite. I could see how my thigh muscle is become so soft, cleared everything. In fact, I don't have any cellulite, but still I can see the softness, the cleansing action of these oils. The cream plus the wash. I have been using this all-in-one wash for since the day I announced, at different levels of experimentation. Understood? The depth of understanding at every level. Anything purification we must do. Understand? It is not to make this skin shine. It is to protect your cells inside, your soul, to convert this garbage bin into a temple, to become a place of soul, not to nurture ego. Right now, All this cellulite and everything is nurturing the ego. All this beauty is to nurture the ego. My fitness is to nurture the soul, not for ego. But for soul it has to be pure, not how it is looking outside, but how clean inside. How clean inside. Not how it is looking outside, but how clean inside. Very important. Mechanisms of purification is only what I talk about. The mechanisms of constructing at the deeper level. A simple body scrub too, a cellulite dissolving is not your problem. It is my problem because the debris on you. I can't see the debris on you. Because it's the fourth largest detoxification program in your skin. If your skin is not clean, how come anything inside it will protect? It will be clean. That's the fundamental. That's where detoxification begins every day with the skin. Bathing. How you bathe. Very important. Continue to educate, continue to learn. What is a coffee? As I told you, the best skin detoxification, skin toning, anti-wrinkle, anti-aging, blooming. And our coffee Somarasa is having every nutrient in it. That is the best skin detoxification. When you combine with anything, check yourself how much you add so that it will have effect on your skin. Each one of us different types. So check yourself. There is no thumb rule. How much you have to add the coffee Somarasa into, your skin oil to, your skin cream to, your shampoo to, your what I'm going to give you body wash. Understand? Add as much as you can take, but it will change everything. So coffee detox, inside, outside. Very, very important. The latest formula of dental bone is different. All those newly watching, for you it looks like I am advertising it. I am a chemist. What I am eating, if I don't tell, what I am consuming, I don't tell, I am at fault. I am not telling you to follow. All my old students know. It is for them, not for you. If you take positively, it's fine. You can gain from it. That's for the day today, because this much only you can absorb, isn't it? Today, anabolic action is extended to the, what is anabolic? Cell membrane rupture. What are the mechanisms of the rupture? Why rupture is required? Understand? Further we go down. The next level of understanding of anabolic, catabolic. Then only catabolic comes. Zero resistance is when you have to apply resistance. But what resistance you have to apply? What are the mechanisms involved? Why resistance is required? Why this cell? Why we are doing this stretch? Why is anabolic? Why is the contraction? Contraction is to rupture the cell membrane. Have you ever broken a peanut? Not peanut, raw peanut. You will press it. Then it will open. Then the seed will come out. That is how satellite cells are released. That's how satellite cells are released. With the Indian custard apple, when you have to eat, when you have to separate a seed from its pulp, similarly, it is like a peanut from the shell, the way you rupture the shell and the seed comes out. Your cell building, satellite cells are exactly the same way. How you rupture it, how you take it, is the science behind it, is an engineering behind it. Enormous amount of anabolics involved. The way you rupture it, The way you rupture it, that decides the shape of the cell, volume of the cell, the purpose of doing it, everything. In a nutshell, it shapes your personality. That's why yoga. That's why it's called a programmed rupture. Now I will only do the rupture by hitting it, different. The rupture by pulling, different. Rupture by hitting it, different. Rupture by subjecting it to stress, holding it, different. Entirely different. Each rupture, the further down the biochemical pathway is entirely different. Are you building CP? Are you building glycogen? Are you building mitochondria? Depends on the rupture, depends on the nutrients involved. Depends on the nutrients involved. Depends on every step of building. Outside world, in the performance sport, people understood to a certain extent. But in yoga world, which is supposed to understand this, never understood this. That's why the respect to what yoga is supposed to get is not getting it. How yoga is far superior than, how yoga only leads to fitness. How rest anything else is a killing program, it's not a fitness program. You will start appreciating when you know the depth of the principles of yoga. Depth of the principles of a yogi in a building on 64 quadrants. Acquiring every quadrant, acquiring a skill, Finally going to a level and not falling into a prey or swallowed by a snake to end up in a hell. How, as you grow in yoga, how sensitive you should become, how alert you should become, how cautious one has to become. A yogi means absolutely zero inertia, zero negligence. Understand? Zero tolerance to any defect. Defect-free. Japanese principle of winning the world, post-World War, Japan is completely collapsed. The only way they got back is the zero defect concept. Rest of the world always engaged in the production, never with the concept of zero defect, is zero maintenance. The Japanese spirituality as a basis they started. They never looked back. It went on to become a developed country. The most devastated country became the most developed country. A country which supports today United Nations to WHO to. A country which supports every mission that tries to bring the world into one place, that tries to connect the world into one unit. Japan is always behind. But that Japan, the post-World War, completely devastated. Every Japanese, they struggled so much with the concept of zero defect. There's a concept of yoga, zero defect, guilt-free living, defect-free living. Understand? Defect is because of defect. Zero defect. Yoga is for a guilt-free living, defect-free living. A yogi is defect-free at all respects. How come anything will affect him? He is a superconductor. Understand? May Om Shanti. Om Shanti. What you see is that the other day I have shown you different honeys. That is the mixed honey, Himalayan honey. Entire range, 20. There is a mixture of 25 honeys. Virtually 25 honeys. Means that much wide variety of pollens. Wide variety of building immunity, robust growth, robust antimicrobial activity. I am doing further research on this honey. Understand? So this honey is a special, nowhere in the world you can get it because it is a blended 100%. You know how it looks. You have this honey taste, you never tasted it. You will never taste it. It will taste something like that. Number one. Number two, this honey thickness will be entirely different of what you must have seen in your whole life. What do you call? Is it like, what do you call? This honey is something like a gel. Have you seen how thick it is? Have you seen how narrow, how unbroken it is? The chain of the honey, have you seen? And how it is forming inside, where it is falling, have you seen? It is called a thread, finest thread when you take. The thread when you lift, agility of the thread, detachment of the thread is known. When you lift a thread, when you open a rope, when you fall, it should go like this. Observe how it goes. Your honey should be exactly like a rope. The edges forming, have you seen how it is forming on the surface? Now you tell me, our Agambe honey is 1,000 rupees per kg. That's 10 pounds the cost is. Then what should be the cost of this? Isn't it? It should be more than that or it should be less than that. I'm telling you, the taste will be entirely different. The taste is like what you call caramel, the caramel paste, A caramel, the magic of the caramel, it can dissolve the fat. It can burst the collagen, it can clear the celluloid. Caramel has many advantages. The latest research of the caramel shows. Natural caramel. So the taste of this is something like a caramel, highly tempting. It is not we created, it is God created, isn't it? because it is a synergy of the best of the Himalayas. The taste is just mind-blowing. I never imagined that the taste would be like that. This honey would be like that. Now I understand why it's called Vanaspati, means a medicine of the forest, which is sweet but cures all the diseases. Why it is said in Sanskrit, now I understood. Because this represents Vanaspati, means all the forests. Because all the flora, all the pollen. Try this out. You will only appreciate, because this no one can do it. What a yogi can do, no one can. No one can do it. Isn't it? Not possible. Even one ingredient misses, you will not get that quality. Taste it. Taste it. I am getting it thoroughly tested now. Each one of those honeys went into that, and also this. What is the final synergy? What is its peroxidase activity? What is each one of those activities separately we are studying. Scientific study we are doing. So that one day it will be useful. Unlike Manuka honey of Australia, how this stands out in all other aspects. What is each quantification of each one of these factors, peptides to everything we want to study at much deeper level. Understand? So to taste it, it has nothing to do with my level of testing it. First you taste it, then you will understand automatically. I understood at the throat level. I used it already. Normally any honey, my throat can easily sense, but this honey, absolutely I have seen it has no sensitivity to the throat at all. That is something, what I noticed about this honey. So it is available from today onwards. Even the bone formula will be available tomorrow. I will show you. The dental, the gum growing, and the bone cartilage growing, ligament growing, ligament repair, collagen repair, rejuvenating, because the nutrients are there in Somarasa. How to engineer them? So this product will do. Don't fail to grab one and use it. In 30 days, you can see your gums form and your teeth start becoming, not previous, but this formula will, enamel, everything it will. I told it makes your bone shining again, completely. It builds bone from the basics, but engineering is required, little bit of densification. Yes, exercise is a must. But at least knee problem, whatever the problems you have, you can easily get rid of it. I'm telling you. For every athlete it is a must, for every sport person must. Every woman it is a must, standing in the kitchen. For everyone today, bones are weak, cartilage is gone. So that is very, very helpful. You don't have to worry about teeth as long as you use mouth pulling oil plus this form. Teeth until the last breath. You don't have to walk into the dentist again. Irrespective of your age, let me tell you. That's what the nutrition is all about. When you understand everything at that level, you also understand much more deeper level biochemical pathways, isn't it? The way to build everything from your skin to your gum to your enamel to cure of a disease to everything. keep watching, keep understanding, keep growing your knowledge. Understand? A knowledge, a wisdom is not a knowledge, but it's a wisdom. A applied knowledge is called a wisdom. Wisdom is a fruit of when knowledge is cultivated and ripened, when it is grown, and when it grows, it becomes a tree, it becomes. Knowledge is only a root, but root without fruit, without tree and fruit, what's the point, isn't it? So wisdom is the fruit. Happiness is the fruit. Health is the fruit, what you get when you cultivate the wisdom. Lord bless your family to nurture every cell, not to hate it on. May Lord bless your partner to build the cell, not to kill the cell, to build the world of soul, not to build the world of ego that kills very existence, very of its own existence. Ego kills itself. What nurtures the soul that is the light of eternality? Yoga is to build and to grow into immortality, killing the mortality. May Lord bless your parents and grandparents to build the world of the self, world of the soul, to nurture it without any negligence. A momentary negligence, a reaction damages, kill trillions of cells that created that in that moment. Oh my dear, don't kill yourself in a moment of negligence. Be a yogi, diligent, not negligent, but diligent. Yoga is the path of diligence, not the path of negligence or negligence. May Lord bless your children, grandchildren, to be diligent to pursue the path of non-negligence, not to neglect the path of diligence, and diligence. Diligence of teaching the path of diligence. Diligence is given to be diligent, not for the negligent. A guru, or represent the guru is a diligent, teaching you the technologies of diligence to get rid of negligence, inertia. May Lord bless your relative to pursue the path of diligence, not to be negligent, the world of the sun, the world of the soul, not to be negligent, but to be diligent by following the path of diligence. Yogi, may Lord bless your friend to be diligent in the pursuit of diligence, not to neglect you, not to be negligent, not to be negligent to travel along, all along a friend, and diligent is diligent indeed. May Lord bless your calling to be diligent, not to be negligent, and knowing the dangers of ego, killing the self, suiciding, aging, getting affected by a disorder or metabolic. May Lord bless your community to be diligent, to be intelligent, to be diligent, not to be negligent to the bad ways of killing the world of soul, world of self. May Lord bless your accounting, your province, your state to pursue the technology of diligence, staying fit, nurturing, growing, but not killing, on which it lives. May Lord bless your country to build a robust system of growing in conservation, not in consumption. Becoming human in nature, killing the world of self-centeredness and ego, and becoming selfless to serve oneself, to serve the countries around. May Lord bless the world inside you to be diligent, to take care of them, not not to be negligent, but to be a diligent yogi, to know the diligence and delicate nature of everything around you, not to be negligent the world of that is the more diligent around you. Only diligent can see the world of diligence, world of delicate, world of delicate, diligent to appreciate being a diligent and being a legend. A negligent is done, a diligent is the one who is lived forever. Diligence is what yogis call diligence, or the lineages of yogis. Become a part of diligence. Don't become a part of negligence. Connect to the one, the reality around of diligence by becoming diligent. May Lord bless you become intelligent, legend enough to understand the path of diligence. May I be grateful to you. May I express my gratitude to you. May I ever be at service of full of consciousness. May be at full of at the Lord's feet of full of consciousness. To serve, to its best interest, to serve you. I'm so grateful to you for giving that opportunity of diligence, keeping you diligent. May you have a good evening and diligent evening, diligent night, diligent morning, diligent day, diligent is every moment. A joyful day for one who is always diligent, not the one who is negligent, who enjoys now, who suffers forever. That is the path of negligence, who lives in this moment, enjoys everything to enjoy every moment, henceforth is a yogi. Amen. Inshallah. Hare Without you, who am I? What is my existence? Why am I here? Who am I? Because of you, I am here. All I exist is because of you. Without you, I am nothing. I am no one. Namaste, Namaste. Because of you, I am one existing here. I am one surviving here. Without you, I am no one. Without any of you, I can't exist. I don't exist. I am no one. I am nothing. I am nothing. You are everything. Namo, Namah, Namo. You are everything. You are incredible. Without you, who am I? Why am I sitting here? Understand, oh my dear, because of you, you are great. I am sitting here. Namo, Namah. Because of someone you exist. If the someone is not there, you are not there. Because of someone we exist, oh my dear. All we have to be incredibly grateful. Call Namo, Vachalam Guru Padukan Hridayantara Bhavaye Tapranama Me Namaskaro me it's all about mukam karoti vachalam bowing down to lotus feet of everyone around that is adorable, that is only great. Lotus feet of everyone because of selfless, because of lotus feet we exist. We only exist. This is the land of culture, land of worshipping lotus sandal and lotus soul, lotus feet. I am on my feet only to pay homage to your lotus wing, lotus wing, for your way of helping me on my way to stand on my way.